My eye specialist is officially retired, which means he, instead of working 4 days a week, works 3 days a week. I don't think that counts, but there is another eye doctor that's in the same office now 5 days a week. But like, I don't know if that counts as retired. My nearsightedness has gotten a little worse, but like, you know, that's unrelated, right? Nick Paw. Unrelated. All right, let's just play some dwarfs, shall we? Let's play some dwarfs. What else is he gonna do? I don't know. I mean, honestly, I do love the idea of like, oh, you're retired now, so you just take much longer weekends. I feel like, you know, if you are a eye surgeon and an academic and like your whole life revolves around like going to doing eye doctors, like doing eye appointments for a very long list of clients, like retiring as a surgeon and a practitioner like that, to me, kind of just would make sense to just stop accepting new patients. You know, like you've probably been seeing the same people for the last 40 years in a large case, and so you've probably had a really long running list of people who you do checkups for every year, and at some point just like stop taking new referrals. If you like what you do, right? I'm trying not to be mean, but sure. Nick Paw. I don't want to be too grim about it, but like, you know. Was a post-retiree too, so at a certain point they just got bored of during the day and they just want to see regulars. Yeah, that makes sense. They just want to hang out with their friends. Yeah, I don't like my endo. I see for diabetes reasons. He just, every time I go see him, he's like, yep, everything's good. Also, here's a bunch of shit that you can buy. And it's like, man, I feel like I'm just going to a fucking like expensive marketing place. Like, this just sucks. Consulting is the chillest endgame for professionals? Yeah, but I don't know. Not super, I can't imagine consulting being very fulfilling. Saw you literally until the year he died. It's also kind of sad, but I'm kind of leaning that way more and more. Scotto too. Yeah, but easy money that isn't fulfilling isn't worth it. I'm just gonna say that. I guess I'm gonna throw out a bad example maybe, but like Raid Shadow Legends is easy money. You know, War Thunder is easy money for me, but I wouldn't feel good about it. So like covering gacha games, very easy money. But like I wouldn't feel good about it. So, you know. It's consulting is, I wouldn't say talking about what you know. Consulting is mostly just telling people what you know that they're doing wrong. But maybe I'm like not fully on that, but I think that it would be really cool to have some form of smooth movement for the dwarves and sprite flipping to be added to the game. Like anything that makes the game animate more, I am pro. Scott in YouTube chat. Like in adventure mode, when you go to attack things, you can see the little sword swipes. I wish that was in fort mode. I wish that there was some sort of movement for dwarves that were crafting at a workshop. Even if it was just like a little hammer that was moving above their head, you know? Because like when trolls or ogres or battering rams are breaking down doors, they have like a little pickaxe animation that goes tink, tink, tink. Like, it should be possible for the dwarves in fort mode to do that as well. Anything that adds more indication of activity, liveliness, and visual either clarity or interest, I think is a positive for Dwarf Fortress. So, why is this a goblin fort? We'll get into that. We'll get into that. But first, I've got a bunch of asterisks. The first of which, this fort might just be fucked. Hopefully not, but it might be. And if it is, there might not be anything I can do about it. And I'll explain why. So the first thing is you might recognize this fort from a few days ago. This is, we're back in Ancientgrease. Just waiting for the overlay to disappear. All right, so cool. I'm gonna go pin that for my own future reference. Thank you. It's making notifications on Discord go away. Okay, so first off, you might recognize this fort. This is Ancientgrease. This was the Spartan Challenge fort that I was doing. Now, I retired it because I gave up on the challenge. It was just kind of unreasonable to try and complete. The limitations that I self-imposed were strict enough that every siege, 80% of my army would die, and that very quickly led to the reality of, yeah, this ain't gonna end well. So then I went and started this fortress, Moonwalk. Now, Moonwalk was a fort that I ran for a day and half a stream until I noticed that Ancientgrease had been taken over by goblins. So I built a squad in Moonwalk, sent them to Ancientgrease, and conquered Ancientgrease. So then I retired Moonwalk, and then reclaimed Ancientgrease with a population of 200. And it had a population of 114 once in game. I also expelled a bunch of dwarves from Moonwalk to Ancientgrease that had been named. And if I go here and I type in goblin, as you can see, there are a bunch of goblins that just live here. And they all have dwarven culture, which is a little bit silly because the only person running this fort was an administrator. So I can't assign a captain of the guard. I can't assign militia commanders. I can't assign they haven't elected a mayor yet. I can't assign a messenger. I can't do anything. So that's the weirdness, which means I can't make squads. But that doesn't mean I can't make traps, and that doesn't mean I can't make siege equipment. But why? You tell me. I don't know. I could try retiring and reclaiming the fort. That might fix it. But I don't know. I think we're just going to roll with it. What if something... they'd probably just elect a new administrator, no? I mean, I can just click this button and assign a different administrator. Which is actually really funny. Which, oddly enough, I haven't tried doing. I don't think that would do anything differently. So, like, if I unassign him, we just have no administrator now? If I go back into here... okay, maybe I should go back. Because now I don't even have an administrator. Actually, maybe that's better. Is it? Now they have no demands now. Fuck the monarchy. What? So I need to name a dwarf. Hold on. Should I leave that? What do you think? Is goblinship a thing? No, it's craftsmanship if it's a goblin that made it. Also, goblins don't do strange moods. what do we think? Type in the number 1 if you think we should leave it as is and say fuck it. Type in number 2 if you think we should go back to that save and put him back in charge. Fuck it, we ball. Okay, catapults it is. Anyways, we haven't had traders, we haven't had migrants, we have had some babies. Imagine that's the fix, wouldn't that be funny? So I need to name a dwarf. I need to scroll back up to see if he said what, whether or not he wanted a boy or a lady dwarf. Did you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard or a goblin? Bender. It's up to you. Try adding a monarch? No. I'm not going to do things that I'm not going to hack things into the game, because if I wanted to, I could actually just go to this save file and edit the raws and manually add a mayor. I could do that. But I don't want to do that. I want to see what the game does by itself without me forcing stuff. Because that is interesting to me. You know, like if they randomly elect a mayor one day, then that shows that this is doable. If they don't, then it's a weird side challenge. Weird side quest, you know? The number 2 isn't really an answer to the question I just had for you. Did you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard or a goblin? What would you like? Hopefully it'll just be added to DF hack soon. Probably should, DT. It's all good, Bend. I'll take a goblin? Okay. Let's just do this. Let's give you the happiest unnamed goblin that isn't goblin as the clerk. Foot Phil. Do you want a lady goblin or a boy goblin? Welcome back, Bismuth. Doesn't matter. All right. So before I read this goblin's description, we're going to go through all the dwarves that are alive in the fort. We've got 404, Asparagus, Azuri, Bearded Donis, Beagle, Beagle Weagle, and Bendival. Bird, Bolter, Cat, gets along real well with Bird, apparently. Darius, Gallywix, as well as Goblinus, Greg, and then some, the spinner. He's spun a tale of no longer being in management. Ice Blue, I Love You, and Lateran and Moreb, as well as the Tavern Keeper, Ranger Rick. By the way, I can't assign a chief medical dwarf, so hospitals are a no-go. We've got Salicon, Shorticus, and 6, as well as 6-7, and Snail, and Soap, and Eudiciles, Euristes, Weed, and that's everybody. What's especially interesting are like these soldier dwarves that I have that are technically in squads that have weapons equipped that that's like the best part of this, which makes me hope that they're like technically on duty, because then wouldn't they technically try and fight? It's possible T die or T left. Either or. I'm not sure, but T wasn't here when we reclaimed. I have a feeling, Kage, that this is one of those funny happenstances and not actually intended behaviors of Dwarf Fortress. So I don't think that there's any... Like, no, I don't, it's not that I don't think. I know for a fact there isn't any intended mechanics happening here. These are all unintended happy consequences of the way other mechanics in Dwarf Fortress work. I don't have military because I can't make military. So if you just got here, Aster Blaster, I literally have no military because I can't actually make military. Would you like a beard or no beard or a goblin? Also, I'll give you one tea. Well, the goblins are harder to discern at a glance, so you just kind of get what you get with the goblins. So what's your choice, Mr. Aster Blaster? Beard, perhaps? Okay. That's a named one. That's a not named one. You can have this one. Aster Blaster. Construct swamps. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, like his name. He is dour as a rule, and the humor he has is after having no shirt in 258. He is dour as a rule and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he's conflicted by this, as he values artwork and its creation. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and he rarely feels discouraged. He occasionally overindulges and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is quick to anger and sometimes is uncomfortable with others that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he has a greedy streak. And he often is nervous. He likes to brawl, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, of course. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but grumbles mildly at shite weather. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and values peace over war, like shirt and gold, as well as fire opal, naff paper, and the color cornflower, hatch covers, silver herbs for their wrinkled thorns, and the sound of the brand of gold, and the sight of the gorge of warmth, and when possible prefers to consume archistopherdonics and clown loach, as well as prickleberries and parsnip wine and leeches. You're a member of the Ruthless Coven and former member of the Muscular Spear of Strength. So you were previously a militia dwarf, so at least you get that. And your wife's a tavern keeper. So you're technically actually in a squad, the Copper Works, but that squad no longer exists. And the next one was Bander. Bander up here, who's in the Metalsmiths Guild. Has no sense of vengeance or retribution, is not the type to fall in love or develop positive feelings, is sometimes cruel, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, does not go out of her way to help others, and is quick to anger. She occasionally can overindulge, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she has a narrow focus on the current activity. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she likes to brawl, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She is very humble, and she is cheerful, and when she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips. She's getting used to tragedy. She dreams of attaining a rank in society. Well, good luck with that one. Has no preferences in life, and has a silver short sword for some reason. Yeah. Welcome to the fort. I think it's because there's a 1 in 4 chance that they would want one of the new creatures, because there was like 300-something creatures in Dwarf Fortress before that update, and then when that update released, the number went from 300-something to like 500-something, like low fives, I think. It was like 320-something creatures in Dwarf Fort, but that weren't procedurally generated before this patch, so there's like a 1 in 4 chance that they'll have that. So I don't think there's a preference. I think it's more of like a... There's just a lot more animals in Dwarf Fort now. Do you mean skills? Oh, do they have meaningful kills? Like notable kills. Not that I've seen. Oh, also that answers that question. So if I unassign the administrator, they just assign somebody else? I'm gonna give it back to Greg, because I feel like Greg should keep it. So that answers that question. do also need to wall this side off over here. So I have a suspicion of what might happen. I'm not confident that this will happen, but it's a suspicion. My suspicion is that there is a non-zero chance that very few of the dwarves in the fortress right now are considered actual population members, or maybe the goblins in this case. So something I've done is under standing orders. Is it other? Where's the actual? Is it petitions? Yeah. So for citizenship, I've just auto-accepted. I'm going to set that back to prompt. Because right when I started this fortress, I immediately got 3 different prompts asking for citizenship. I have a theory that it's not impossible that potentially, maybe, if I'm lucky, what has happened is basically nobody is a citizen. And if that's the case, they can't elect somebody until 50 of the population, it doesn't need to be dwarves, just the population, are citizens. Would that change if I expel all goblins? That wouldn't change anything. I would just have no goblins. Because the game considers everything a dwarf. So the goblins are dwarves, the humans would be dwarves, elves would be dwarves. Like, the way the game processes them as members of the population, they're all just members of the population. So if they're not all considered citizens of the faction, or full citizens yet of the faction, the Boat of Seizing. Like, see, this one was previously a member of the Larval Curses and is now a citizen of the Boat of Seizing. We would need 50 dwarves or population members to be part of the faction, and then I would need to wait an additional year. This is a reclaimed conquered fortress, yes. That is what this is. So I built this, the beginnings of this fortress. The goblins conquered it in the overworld while I was playing a different fortress, and then I reconquered this fortress and reclaimed it. Which is why there's so many goblin citizens living here. I have to manually assign everything at individual workshops and then hit repeat. Like that. So, yes. Nothing works. Darius. I can't make squads and I can't do stuff with managers. I'm just gonna set this actually as the challenge node because I feel like that's fitting. So the goal command is getting updated, which also has an alias for challenge, so you could have an exclamation point challenge or exclamation point goals. All right, exclamation point goal should be updated. Dang, look at how that smooth movement is. It's nice, isn't it? This actually just looks like a World Gen fortress because fortresses in World Gen tend to have a lot of goblins in them. Because goblins aren't like... I don't know if this is necessarily Tarn's vision of the game or not, but goblins aren't generally as evil as they might seem. Like, they're certainly not nice, but they can absolutely coexist with dwarves, the way the game works. So it's actually not that crazy when you think about it. Let's just make bricks. Yeah, I mean, these are all goblin culture goblin culture dwarven culture goblins. Sorry, I had it backwards. So they just have the sometimes cruel, like, moodlet. That's like the only difference. And now they can do this. Goblins and dwarves living together. Mass hysteria. Oh, the humanity. Smoothest criminals, yes. You know, honestly, Mr. Mustard in YouTube chat, I think the evilest faction in Dwarf Fortress are the humans. I'm just saying. Because we're the ones claiming that dwarves and goblins and elves should fight all the time, and also we demand that they make us different-sized clothing when we're around. So we're entitled sons of bitches who are too tall for their clothing, probably get back problems in their fortresses, can't see shit, and are imposing all of our takes on, and headcanons on how they should act. All I'm saying is this is a dwarven goblin uprising against human tyranny. This is how his... And suddenly just a bolt comes out of my screen through my head and... Stop! Dead. I'm more of into a hard rock agenda kind of person instead of a propaganda. I was trying to read that as a propaganda. Anyway. Didn't work. We are the worst confirmed. I mean, come on. Normal take. Classic humans. Exactly. It's an accurate simulation. Very accurate simulation. Control the narrative? Yeah! Yeah. Alright, let's get some more beds up in here. So the only real thing with these goblins is they don't require alcohol, they just really like it. So they do get upset if they don't have alcohol for too long, but they don't actually, like, need alcohol. So that is one nice thing, is like, if the alcohol supplies get low, the only ones that'll actually, like, have problems are the dwarves. But, you know. Okay, so I need to, like, reorganize this fort. This fort is just a complete clusterfuck. You can go away. I don't need you up there. You down here are making blocks. That's fine. That's all obsidian. That's fine. This is all up to here. You guys want to see something kind of cool? When I dig this way, because I've got so many wheelbarrows placed already, when they dig, the boulders are going to get cleaned up faster than the dwarves can make them. Although, actually, I think I should instead keep this inside here. So what if I actually just go this way? If dwarves run out of alcohol, they get sluggish and distracted, which gives them basically the nausea debuff, which is like eventually a 40% debuff on everything. So speed, able to complete skills without canceling. Yeah. It's not good. It's like having a very severe vitamin D deficiency. I've seen very few episodes of The Simpsons, but I've heard this episode mentioned before. You're here and off tonight, so you can watch. Hell yeah! No mold. Hell yeah. No beer and no TV make your wrist go crazy. Okay, yes, I think I've seen memes based on that. I was not a Simpsons person at all at any point in my life, so I've seen very little Simpsons, unfortunately. I don't want to use earthenware for this. I want to use obsidian. I'm just kind of trying to make a neat looking entrance that would be defendable. And then I think along here, I'm just going to put bolt throwers. Just like a line of bolt throwers and then wall this off on this side. That's kind of the plan. And then probably stairs up and down on this and then build something else up here and then maybe put additional bolt throwers up top is kind of the way I'm thinking of doing this. So like, let's send you here and go up to there and deconstruct those. How can you defend without a military? Well, one, I'm not positive I'm going to get attacked. But how will I defend without a military? Siege weapons. I guess technically trained militia animals, but I have one elephant. Is a family of dragons that torch everything? That's certainly one of the most impressive ones, but also not the most realistic to set up. I mean, I would know. I've never seen a single second of American Dad, the YouTube, or on YouTube or anywhere else. Nasty Ninja. Who's saying American Dad's where it's at. Never seen it. I've seen a handful of episodes of Family Guy and didn't really get it. I've seen the South Park movie and that is it. It's so funny. I'm glad you liked it. That's something that's really hard for me to discern in my videos is whether or not they're actually funny or not. Because like I know what I make what I think is entertaining to people and what fits the vibe, but I genuinely never have any idea if my videos are funny or good or anything. You rewatched Fifth Element last week? How was that? How's that movie hold up? I'm very excited for the new Resident Evil movie. I was like a little bit apprehensive of the idea of a Resident Evil movie in that fashion being made. And I think somebody in chat actually said it perfectly, which wasn't sold until like watched the trailer and saw like the main character running for shotgun shells. And now I'm sold. I'm like, we're rummaging for shotgun shells, just like, and pulling them out of things. I'm like, ooh. Still funny and a good watch. Good to hear that movie ages well. I've been thinking for October this year, not really like sci-fi stuff, but for October this year, I always like to, around September, I start watching a lot of horror movies every year. And I think I'm going to do a full watch through of all of the Hellraiser movies. I know a lot of them are terrible. And they might be hard to find, but I'm going to try and see if I can like do a watch of every Hellraiser because I think that would be fun. I might need beer to get through some of them though. I know they get really bad at a point. Because a lot of them are bad. Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of horror franchises that get really dumb at a point. Exhibit A. I like Nightmare on Elm Street, and I also like Friday the 13th, so I'll probably be fine. I've ever tried to run a were-creature fortress? Not a pure were-creature fortress, but I've had were-creature squads in fortresses, and I've used were-creatures as defense in various forms over the years. I don't enjoy it, like, at all. So I don't really have much interest in trying to do it again. I don't like Scary Movie, but I've seen several Scary Movies. Although I do have some nostalgia for Scary Movie 3 specifically. I like Scream a whole lot because I have a bunch of like real life friends that I know pretty well that are in Scary Movie 3 or used to know pretty well, like back in the day. I knew a bunch of theater kids for a while, and the Greater Vancouver area has a very active like movie scene. So I know a bunch of like none of the main actors, but like people in the background and like side characters and person that shows up, says 3 lines and dies kind of thing. Manderville, thank you very much for the $1. And Ultimate, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you, mate. I think that a campy horror movie is top tier entertainment if it's less than 2 hours long. And the GVA is set in Kelowna, that checks out. I didn't know it was in Kelowna. I know it was filmed in BC, but Backrooms was fun. I enjoyed Backrooms. Backrooms is maybe like the best first horror movie you could give to somebody under the age of 20 right now. Sure. I mean, I like Scream, and I also quite enjoy Final Destination. So I guess I'm weird like that. It's like they're live action cartoons. I don't know. Did I get a chance to see Obsession? I saw Obsession, yeah. I did. Although I had to warn a friend of mine about that movie because there's a thing that happens with an animal, and I won't elaborate more than that, which would probably ruin that friend's life. So I was like, I have if you want to see this movie, I have a thing to warn you about. Gremlins a horror movie? I mean, Gremlins is a slapstick comedy that makes fun of horror movies. I like Gremlins. I haven't seen Gremlins 2 though. I've only seen the first Gremlins, but I should watch Gremlins 2. Maybe we'll do that for Christmas. Local 58 is good. And so is Gemini Home. Spacuffins in YouTube chat. It's talking about YouTube horror. Gremlins 2 is even better? Gremlins 2 is kind of a different thing. Gremlins 2 is oh fuck, they have money. Apparently they're making a third Gremlins and also a sequel to the Goonies, and all of that just like perplexes me. So you know when dwarves level up skills and they become a new class of dwarf, I keep getting these notifications up here. It's like all of these dwarves have become militia dwarves.
Hello,
and keep getting excited, but it's just because like they're constantly militia dwarves and like changing back and forth. I really liked Annihilation. Annihilation is a very good movie. Annihilation is one of the few movies that like that where I haven't read the book and I've only seen the movie and I'm like, I should go read the book. Maybe one day. I mean, yeah. That's how it should be. Patrolski, it's good to see you. How have you been, dude? Chat, can I get a round of Patrolski? Welcome back for an 8th month, dude. There's a trailer. There isn't a trailer for Gremlins 3, but there is some promotional material for it. Nomal, thanks for the 5-pack. Thanks, man. Happy Friday. I was originally planning to stream on Saturday this week as a make good for not streaming on Thursday due to my eye doctor's appointment, but ended up streaming today because something came up. Basically, I have an opportunity to go to a show that I want to go to tomorrow, but I have to take a boat to go to it and then crash at a friend's house. So I'm doing that tomorrow. So I'm cramming today. Yeah, this is my suspicion. This is my suspicion. Because Citizenship of Ulysses. This dwarf was in this fort where we are right now when I reclaimed it, but wasn't a citizen, technically. So, cross my fingers when enough dwarves join the fortress officially, I'll get a mayor elected.
X300 Hype Train Crypt Beer Crypt Beer Crypt Beer.
Thank you very much for the Hype Train, dude. Appreciate you very much. Cheers, man. Yeah, they're all permanent residents, but not citizens, I guess. But we'll see how often that keeps happening. This fortress is like currently applying for like permanent land in the fortress. But thank you very much for the little Hype Train chat. Currently it requires 4 subscriptions or $16 in bits to level up. I just want to say Thank you for helping keep the channel funded. You guys are very kind. Appreciate you greatly. It's going to be an interesting month towards the end of this month because I have my last vacation that's like scheduled and planned of the year this month. Like there's a camping trip I'm trying to plan for September, but that's like 2 nights and just over a long weekend. But I get to go see some longtime work friends next weekend. And so I will be only streaming twice next week, I think. But then after that, I'm just back full time, and we've got that lead up to whatever that actual Myth and Magic tease is going to be. So it's very exciting. A lot of that stuff is planned, Surf King, and here's hoping. It would be cool to see a lot of that stuff. No gods, no kings. You could probably mod kings out of your fort, but you'd like to see Dwarf Anarchy? I mean, you too can reclaim your own captured fortress. I don't think I'm a good person to ask, Intercold, because it highly depends on your computer and what's happening in the fortress. Like, I'll have forts that run with 300 dwarves in a 6x6 map at 80 frames a second, no problem. And then I'll have forts that at 150 dwarves in a 6x6 map run at 40 frames a second. I don't know. It depends on the fort and what's happening. Luna Proxima, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription and helping push that hype train forward. 3 more subscriptions or $11 in bits to level it up now. Of course, resubs and primes count as well. What happens if all your dwarves die and only goblins are left in your fort? They're technically citizens, so the fort continues. The game does not differentiate between different races. Players do. So if you have a goblin in your fort that is in this number of population, it's a citizen. It's a dwarf. It's part of your faction. And that can keep your fort going. So you can have a fort with no dwarves in it if you are maniacal. Wilbert, the mango. Thank you very much for the gift. Appreciate you. Why don't you just make a fake ASCII tile set that uses the default UI, but ASCII sprites? I've been wondering that for a bit about ASCII. Like that seems to be something that people just don't want to do. And I know it's like only an approximation, but like it's something that you absolutely could do. I don't think trolls are trainable, so you can't train trolls. Ultimate voice. But thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Appreciate you. Just don't try to drain a 60. It was an 82 sea level deep at the lowest part, but yeah, it was about 40 layers that we were draining in a 6x6 map. And if you do try that and it lags, well, you know what you did. It's your fault. Don't blame the game. The game did nothing wrong. Choo-choo indeed. No mold. They've been sentient? No, they are not. Ultimate voice. Sounds like you have a mod that's doing that. Unless there's like something really wild that's changed. Apparently my blood sugar is going low. Unless there's something really wild that's changed recently that I'm not aware of. They are not trainable, and they are not, like, they have personalities, but you can't do anything with that. I'm gonna go drink a juice box. I will be back.
Cheese for everyone!
Yeah, no, that's not a vanilla feature. So, like, trolls, troglodytes, ogres, gorlax are all sentient creatures, so you can't train them or war train them. Hell yeah, sweet scripts. Free. Maybe they're leaving them as donations, so you'll accept them next time, but also at the same time, free stuff. Yay. Right, you I can get rid of because I want to move you. You I want to move to. You I can move later. Cortical, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. Let's go assign some more another bedroom. Bedroom, singular. I need quite a few. I'll give it to somebody who's less than thrilled about life. Okay. I'm thinking this is going to be storage. So let's just go here and just cover like half of this with just furniture and finished goods, not barrels though, or wheelbarrows or bins. Or any clothing, which isn't in there. Sweet. Actually, or siege ammo. And or ballista arrowheads. Cool. Dwarven baby named Stegosaurus. You get the youngest Bab, who's the child of Goblinus and Stukos. Stegosaurus, Ringed City, not to be confused with Halo, is frequently depressed, rarely jealous, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent dangers. Is slow to anger, is quick to form negative views about things, prefers that everyone would live as harmoniously as possible, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Is stubborn, tends to reveal personal information, occasionally can overindulge, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity, which is... Oh, well, you're a baby, so your mom should give you a beer. She personally treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in life and dreams of raising a family. And she likes kilonite and aluminum and ruby and crystal glass and giant raven leather and alligator snapping turtle shell, rope reed fabric and the color cornflower, gems, bolts, and greaves and querns and giant snapping twiddles for their vicious bites. And the sight of the gorge of warmth and when possible prefers to consume barn owl, garden cress, cider, peach cider, and soft wheat flour, and bitter oranges, and absolutely hates bats. That's your family, obviously, and you're a member of the Exalted Tome. Also, I'm curious about something. Okay, never mind. I was like, I wonder if those squads still exist. No, they don't. You like turtles, eh? But do you like waffles? Here comes all the finished goods. Oh, I guess I forgot to not put rock pots in here. Let's not put rock pots in there. Because I want to put rock pots down here in an infinity stockpile. Can't wait to get a mouthful. All right, up here, you go up to there, so let's just go around the base of this. All the way up to there. And let's just fill this up a little more, because why not? Rock pots are exactly the same as barrels. It got patched like within a day of me uploading that video. Carl Cramp in YouTube chat. And also, thank you for the $2. Appreciate you. Can I explain the cave-related settings? I cannot remember what Hot Spring nor Time Bomb looked like. But what I can tell you is there's an advanced world gen setting called Cavern Openness, and by default, it's set pretty low, so essentially, like, caverns are pretty cramped. I increased the Cavern Openness setting in almost all my world gens. Did I give my dwarves medicine for smooth movements? Just copious amounts of LSD. I don't know. Did I? I don't know where I would go with this bit. How you doing though, Fraga? But Luna Proxima, my advice to you is to go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki, which I think might be down right now. And run a Control F search in the advanced world gen settings whenever you are building stuff, because the world gen settings are pretty good at, like, the advanced world gen settings portion of the wiki is pretty good at being very clear about, like, what setting does what, and how to get certain outcomes from world gen parameters. So I would look into that. That would be my advice. I oiled the It's the Ancientgrease, the forbidden knowledge. The forbidden knowledge of Sparta allows the dwarves to slide smoothly. Don't tell Indiana Jones, because it belongs in a museum. And he'll steal it. Maybe Lara Croft, though. She's cool. They're hydroplaning on Ancientgrease. Yeah, because nobody cleans the kitchens in this fort. The only issues that I see in this current version is this, but there are people that are working on this. In fact, we were chatting with somebody earlier in chat who's working on this. That's the only issue. Everything else works fine. And there's currently a pull request with DFHack proper to get this integrated into DFHack directly so you don't need to sideload it. Which I'm, fingers crossed, hoping, because of a change that's been made, to that pull request version of this, I think that jumping bug will be fixed, and it'll just be a thing in DFHack. Why is the wiki down? I don't know. I don't run it. I've posted about it, though. We have to ask the maintainers. The best... You'll get more... quicker answers on the wiki if you go to the Kit Fox Discord and post there. But all you can say is that the wiki people know it's down. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Thanks, Clino. So we don't know. Where can you find that pull? I didn't say pull. I said pull. P-U-L-L. It's not a pull. It's a pull. I'm sorry. The English language is evil. A pull request. It's basically a request to merge two code bases together. So a pull request in this instance would mean that they're trying to get this plugin, which is currently a third-party thing, added to DFHack proper. Yeah, they need more beers to keep the dwarves running on the hamster wheels. That's why the wiki's down. Honestly, probably it just needs to be restarted. I don't think it runs on somebody's laptop anymore, but for a while there, it was running on somebody's laptop. And I'm not going to lie, I think that laptop should be added to, like, the Museum of Modern Art's Dwarf Fortress exhibit. Just saying. I need to give these dwarves some stairs because they're stuck. It's unfortunate, but it makes sense why they're getting stuck. Is because they thought the only way out was to path over a space that didn't exist, and now they're stuck up here. But it's fine. We're fixing it. Giving them a way out. We do not have a mayor. What made you think we got some mayor? Except for the administrator, Greg, and then some. What does the administrator even do? Literally nothing. It's like the mayor with the demands, but has no benefit. Like, I don't even see him taking meetings with people. Let's see, actually. Okay, no, okay, he conducts meetings. So he's acting mayor? I guess. He does have an office. Which is here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I made a short about it the other day, Darut, which YouTube pushed a little bit, which was nice when that happens. Is YouTube still pushing it? I don't know. Let me go take a peek. Not as much as it was, but it's still pushing it, which is cool. But yeah, no, I made a short about it, and I was thinking people would be like, "Oh man, the smooth movement looks," insert opinions on how it looks here. But a lot of the comments were just about how it's dwarves and goblins dancing. It's like, we must play different video games because, like, I feel like this happens in a lot of forts. Let's throw a bed down there. Let's get rid of you, get rid of you. Okay, I'm running kind of low on charcoal, so let's just make charcoal. I'm also seemingly low on wood, so let's go down here. Bonk. Go along the bottom there. Go along the top up there. Regarding world traversal, you can bridge, you can tunnel. Both of those are true, but if there are caves, because like fortresses connect with caverns, right? If there are caves connecting a space to another space, then they can just travel from the space to the other space without worry. So in most cases, if you settle on an island in the middle of nowhere or on the other side of the world, it is highly likely you will just get migrants and there's no issue. In fact, most of the time you will just get migrants and there won't be any issues. In fact, like the only time I think that you will have issues. Okay, I'm just going to make some crafting stuff up in here, I think. The only time I think that, as far as I know, that you will have issues is if you... actually, or I could go down a level. Do it all down here. That could look kind of cool. As far as I know, the only time that you will have issues is if you... lose your train of thought. As if it's like tiny and there's no like surface connections, but I'm not even certain that's really much of a concern these days. So they've left you alone? Well, that's nice. I kind of disagree that it's not important. That it's important. Gordy, it's sort of like knowing terminal commands for Skyrim. It's like the first time you play through it, you probably aren't going to be skipping quests. Second time you play through it, probably. It's one of those things where like it gives you access to basic developer tools, which some people can't live without. I think it's important to learn the game first and understand why those are useful instead of just using them. That being said, though, it's a handy tool. That's nice. It's got some nice things built into it. It's also got some things that you very much don't need built into it. So it's a mixed bag of things. Let's actually just dig through this. Trying to figure out how I want to build a gate for this, because I do want to build a gate for this. I'm thinking I'll just build a wall here. Block this side off. Same with this. Or maybe like just block this area. Actually, why don't I do it this way? Because then I can go on top. We made conversation and it dumps literally everything out and you have no idea what you were talking about? Yeah. That's kind of like, I don't want to say it's a Friday thing. It's the last work day of the week thing where I have to stream. Like, it's gotten worse as I've gotten older. I used to be, like, less bad about this, but as I've gotten older, maybe it's just because I smoked a lot of weed for a while, but, like, I kind of don't think so. It's slowly as I've gotten older, I've lost my ability to maintain a stable stream of consciousness for long periods of time. It's not as good as it used to be. Which is, fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. A dwarf named Lolar has been possessed, which is cool. I also don't think, yeah, this dwarf's stuck. Gotta get you unstuck. Fool of a stuck. Actually, why don't I just do this? Because then I can also do this along here. I have almost entirely stopped smoking. I smoke, like... I'm a social smoker. I'm talking about weed for clarity here. So, like... If I'm camping with friends, I'll bring some and smoke a bit. If I'm out at an event and somebody else is, maybe I will. It's that kind of thing. But I don't on my own time anymore. I used to. It's not a good place. You get diminishing returns on the benefits. Yeah, that's fair. Spez. That makes sense. I have chronic pain, which when I have flares up, then it's very useful as a form of like dealing with the pain. That being said, I do also think that if I use it too much, then I stop having the positive effects of it, and it just slowly turns into negative effects. So I try to just be cautious with it at this point. I didn't notice much of it until maybe the last few years, so. Weed is the next thing to reduce. Take care of yourself, man. It's good. Moderation is key. No, absolutely. Although, I don't know why I'm talking about weed now, but when I do have pain flare-ups now, I don't actually smoke usually. It's very rare that I'll do that. Usually what I do is I buy like a THC beverage, just like one of the little seltzer drinks, and just drink that, and it knocks me out, and I get all the positive benefits and very little of the negatives, and that's the best for me. Why is there no smoking in DF? I've wondered that for years. Just like if we're talking like dwarfy tropes, it's weird that like I can't make pipes for dwarves. Something collapsed on the surface, not too surprised. Good news is you're not dead, Asparagus. So let's see what you need from this leatherworks. Bones, yes, probably bones, right? Yeah, I gotta butcher something. Should set up traps. I'm actually gonna slaughter this llama. That's what we'll do. Oh, I see. It's because they're trying to collect clay from here, which they can't anymore. Let's go there. Go to here. Oh, there's definitely smoking mods, but that's kind of not the question, right? Because the question is, why isn't there smoking in DF? Not why isn't there smoking mods for DF? Because there's plenty of those. Do you collect they can collect them from the wall or the floor. And that's the same goes for sand. They can collect it from the wall or the floor. So if this is, so this right here is a clay wall. So if this zone is right here, okay, well this clay isn't the same kind of clay, but this would allow them to collect it theoretically, although maybe they need a flat one. So here, let's go here. This is a sandy clay wall. So, oopsies, clay. They're now collecting from the wall because there's grass there. But if the clay is exposed, I think they can collect it from the ground. Let's see, actually. Maybe they can't. Yeah, so in this case, because the clay's exposed, they can collect it from the ground, and then here they can collect it from the wall. So they can do it from either. Yep, it's infinite. But you need to use charcoal to do anything with it, so. There's dwarf blood down there. Uh-oh, Zas fell. That's unfortunate. Please no fighting. And meanwhile, Ost is over here. Hasta la vista, Dwarfy. At least you made it out. I feel like I need to just give them a better stairway up and down. But I also fear that if I do too much in the way of letting them up and down through this way, then it's gonna lead to issues. So let's actually go over here, because I want to make this more secure. Right now it's not secure at all. What if I do it like right here? Let's do it there. That looks fine. Got that set as a floor, but let's just rebuild this as a wall. And then I can wall off this down here, and that'll be okay. I don't think I want the ability to plant saplings. Just because there's something about that feels sacrilegious. Like, there's very little about me where I'm just like, oh, well, that's not dwarfy. But dude, planting trees is kind of not dwarfy. I don't know. Like, technically, like, I'd be fine with it, but there's just something about it that would just kind of feel wrong. Mushroom trees? Now that I'd be down for, actually. But also, how the fuck does your like, unless you're playing in a rocky wasteland where the number of trees that grows is very low, how in the world would you run out of logs? And if you manage to chop down every tree on a map like this, as an example, how would you use all of those logs? Lolar, the leather worker, has created a elephant leather cap and offers it to the Exalted Tome. We'll have to take a look at that. Where are they trying to path to? I've got stuff that's getting stuck somehow, and I'm not sure how. Let's check out this cap. This is an elephant leather cap. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of elephant leather. This object menaces with spikes of elephant leather and llama bone and bismuth and bronze, as well as on the item is an image of tomato plants in elephant leather. And I don't really have anybody that I want to give it to. I will maybe make a pedestal, stick it up there somewhere. No coal underground, small map size? I suppose, but wouldn't you also... I don't know. I feel like that you get so many logs and so much coal from stuff already. Like, I'm kind of amazed that you could actually run out of those, but I guess. Okay, so let's continue looking into moving stuff underground. Let's move maybe clothing industry and stuff right here. Yeah, I can just do this priority 3. It doesn't need to be priority 1. Let's brew drink from plant. That should fix that. There they all go. Off to gather the plants. So that we have enough plants to make more booze to keep the dwarves from rebelling, probably. Uh-oh. Metalsmith was found dead, hey? Zulban. Ah, fell. Oh, were you stuck up here? Actually, I don't even know how you would have fallen. Wild. Well, rip to Zulban. Do I have a tomb? I don't. Oh, no, totally. I mean, dwarves can step away from things and dodge, and like a bird flying over could cause a dwarf to fall because they dodge it. A bolt could cause a dwarf to fall. Like, there's all sorts of... Collect clay. Do I have a weird clay collection zone that doesn't exist, that's not accessible anymore? It's just that one. Don't have a burrow active. There's something weird going on with that, so I'm just going to get rid of it. And I think move clay collection up here. Rolf, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, man. And for the beers. The preemptive beards. Preemptive beards. That might be worrying. You don't think the dwarves are entirely big on the concept of railings? You know, they are. It's just, they're just called bars. Honestly, I love dwarves randomly dying. If dwarves didn't randomly die due to oopsies, then they wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress. You know, like I don't know. Like that's just, it's part of the game. It's part of the nonsense. Yeah, that's over like, I don't know, how long have you been watching me, Rolf? 6+ years probably at this point. Like, I don't know. I feel like, Rolf, you've been around since like back when I still streamed RimWorld. Like, Rolf's been around for a long time. For those of you who die, we will laugh at you and then feel bad about it. Maybe. Yeah, I use traffic zones when stuff is like crucial, but even then, there's still some things that are just outside of your control. It's put your dwarves in danger more. I mean, if you want, like, I don't care about putting my dwarves in danger because I think it's funny. Like, genuinely, it is an entertainment thing. And I know that, like, most of you are aware of this. I do this to be entertaining. So part of the idea here is to create entertainment. And the easiest way to let the game do that is just go, nah, fuck it sometimes. Let's actually make 2 coffins just in case we need a second one. This is the weird thing. This is a really weird thing. Like, what's the name of that dwarf? Uvash, not Ugath. Like, I'm getting some truly bizarre Cannot find path orders. No, it wasn't. It was the one with the L last name. There was this one and this one. They both can't. But the child had more. But now they've uncanceled it, so. Currently, it's a third-party DF hack plugin, so it's a plugin for DF hack. But there's only one frowny face dwarf. I mean, that's like, I don't actually even think that's a dwarf. Oh no, it is. It is a goblin. Or rather, I was gonna say I don't think that's a dwarf. I think that's a goblin. It is in fact a goblin. He's just restless because he wants to fight. Although, I guess I could assign hunters. There's nothing stopping me from assigning hunters. And I do have plenty of llama bone bolts, so I guess what I could do is make a boyer and make some crossbows. That's armor, but whatever. You can make one armor. I feel like I'm back in the dark ages. Okay, you go there. And then you will make some crossbows. What's the closed off space behind the window going to be? Closed off space? Trying to figure out what closed off space behind what window you're referring to. I mean, this? I don't really have a plan for that. Kind of forgot it was there, if that's what you're talking about. You're seeing rock munchers in your gob fortress. As if gobs don't munch rocks. Don't mind the dead dwarf. He's part of the scenery for the minute. Okay. You're making leather quivers. Good. You go here. Let's go crossbow, crossbow, crossbow. Oh, no bones. Okay. Wooden crossbow, wooden crossbow, wooden crossbow, wooden crossbow, wooden crossbow, wooden crossbow, wooden crossbow. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's go here and just go military. Boop, 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 and boop. And then let's just fly down to where I was originally putting bodies. Oh, and another thing I was going to do that I kind of spaced out on is I was going to go to here and put that cap in there. And I was going to go up to this lever that I placed up here and then connect you to a bridge over there that I haven't built yet. Although, maybe I should place it here, actually. Why don't we do it this way? You know, I don't mind this notice. I do mind the fact that it, like, actually doesn't help me at all. Like, I don't mind this notice. I just... Oh, actually, I have a theory. What if It's because it's set to citizens only, not citizens and long-term residents only. Maybe that's the issue? What if I want to make malachite into tables because the green looks cool? And copper is just copper. Something collapsed on the surface, and then that's just a piece of dirt from the top of a tree that you cut down. Yeah, it's either a piece of dirt on the top of the tree or... Okay. It's either the piece of the tree that you just cut down or a tree that's being supported by an unrelated tree. It's one of the two, usually. Okay, so that dwarf should be buried now. Yeah, I'm seeing more dwarves running through here. Let's follow the administrator a little bit. There we go. I just want to see what your day-to-day becomes, like how often you're running meetings. Those look so cool. Oh, like polished stones, yeah. And then using those to improve. Something that I think not enough people do, or even know that you can do, is improve items, like clothing items. And then you can customize the improvements so you can put symbols and stuff. You never realized they were spinning like that? Yeah, no, it's basically a square dance. Basically. Branded clothing. Yeah, you could write Supreme on all of them. Definitely. Or Thrasher. Yeah, no, I'm still getting this. I don't know what they're trying to do. Cabochon Clothing Company. That's a good name, actually. Looks like a case for Putnam. Isn't there a, Let's try this. Wasn't anything like corrupt that I could fix. Pretty sure there's like a... Isn't there like a fix pathing that isn't corrupt jobs? I mean, I could turn on that, but that's not what I need. Because like this is not accessible up here, but that's fine. Can move some animals up here. Let's just move the small stuff up here. Birds and bunnies, etc. The Dwarf Goblin. Yeah, there you go. Heaven is a place on earth, just plays. We have an elephant, yeah. Elephants are also wild here too. You know, I'm gonna try this. Like, I think that the thing can't get to its destination is only useful if it tells you what the destination is. If it doesn't tell you what the oh, KV board's been missing for a week. If it doesn't tell you what the destination is, then it's effectively useless. This game introduced you to Olms, really? Did you know what a salamander was? This game taught me what the word indefatigable means. So, I guess I owe it that. You didn't know about Olms until you played this? Gotcha. I mean, I guess Olms occasionally have, like, their point in the spotlight. So I've got dwarves that are just straight up injured. I'm going to assign this as a hospital and try a bit of a Hail Mary here. So I'm just going to add a work detail, and it's going to be custom. And I'm just going to go to doctors related stuff, and I'm just going to add everything to it. And maybe this will work. And I'll just call this health care, please. And maybe that'll work. I'm not super optimistic here. Because I don't know if they'll be able to diagnose patients without a chief medical dwarf. Dabbling geologist? I prefer the word rock enthusiast instead of dabbling geologist. It's like, I know the names of some of the things. Have I participated in scientific study? Nah. You right here. Do you have ammo? Okay, I need to assign ammo to you. Justice objects. No. Labor, standing orders, other. Yep. Add ammunition. Bolts, please. Material. Whatever bone bolts we have. And let's assign, I don't know, 300 bone bolts to them. Because I guarantee you we have 300 bone bolts. There we go. So they should be able to go get ammo. Yep, there you go. I'm going to go pick up equipment. No evaluated wounds, diagnosis required. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do with this. So I can just let them sit in the hospital injured for an undetermined amount of time. Which kind of sucks. Meanwhile, the rest of the dwarves and goblins are dancing. I've never met a Sandy Loam. I know the band called Sloan, though. Continuing to slowly build up those walls. Very slowly. While they all dance over here. What is your destination? What is your quest? What is your favorite color? Okay, I'm going to try another thing here. I'm going to remove this. Tavern should be fine. You want to practice a craft. Taking part in performances. You're dizzy. I wonder why. Oh, irritated being in the sunshine again. That's funny. Joining an existing conflict. Oh, you're hunting. Shooting at an elephant. We're trying to hunt elephants. Good luck with that. Seemingly effectively, too. Pew, 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 they say. At least it's bleeding. Oh well, we'll let them keep hunting, and hopefully that gets more and more successful with time. All right, coolio. There's a lot of mods that add other fuel sources and such. I don't particularly know what the nuances of peat as fuel is, but outside of other video games that use it as a fuel source, so I don't actually know too much about it. Let's actually stop collecting clay with 2 of you because there's just tons. Maybe with all 3 of you. Just make the bricks. Yeah, I'm still getting the path finding the destination. I don't know what's up with this. Wonder if I could just turn that off. I kind of want to. You know, the other thing I'm going to do here, this, maybe no, not you. I'm gonna go here. I'm going to remove this table and chair from here. I'm gonna try this. Set you as a meeting zone or a office and assign it to my administrator. Go up to here and just unassign him from this. Maybe set this one as a dining hall and let him stay there. Because I have a theory. Whoopsies. That maybe something is preventing them from attending meetings. Proving crossbow crying on somebody in charge. Okay. Dwarves can make swamp whiskey. There are no burrows, but there wouldn't be any that would affect it if there were that were hidden that were enabled. But no, there are no burrows. I mean, like if I were to make a new one and assign it, if somebody's assigned to an unknown invisible burrow, then like there's not too much I can really do about that. Which wouldn't really do anything aside from being kind of annoying. Oh, that's a tanner shop. I need a leatherworks, which is down here, and let's just say bag. Because I just need more bags. Like, I did have burrows here, but it was basically like the entirety of the surface to keep them from going underground. But like, they should, even if they were assigned to an invisible burrow, they should still be able to get to everything on the map. Peat and swamp dirt for Guinness. I've always thought dwarves should be able to make pickles. Like, they should be able to take a lot of veggies and pickle them. Like, if you had, it would give you reason to settle on the ocean and import salt. Like, I feel like the dwarf should be able to harvest salt. You know? Food spoilage is a thing. The game's just very abstract about how food is preserved. It is a thing. It just takes a very, 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 very long time. And by that, I mean hundreds of years. Smoking top hat. But they can't mill it? Sure. But, like, oceans could be a way to harvest that. You could use a zone for it. Yeah, sure, but I wish that there was, like, a process there that you could do that with. Basically, I'm just wishing there was more variety for food. Even if it, like, didn't change anything, you know? Like, it would be neat if you had the option between making alcohol out of something, cooking it into a meal, or making it into a fermented or pickled food, you know? Like, it would be cool to just have that as another option, is really all I'm thinking of. That's really all that I'm thinking of. Dwarves really, really, really want to do, like, crafting something, so I'm just gonna let them smooth all this to satisfy some needs. And then maybe let's just go down here and make some more bedrooms. Just more directly connect this area to the more lively tavern zone. You're getting another Dwarven Siege, very fun. Dwarves are so hard to fight. It makes you very, very, very aware just how strong martial trances can be. Elephant's fighting with a bunch of dwarves, which actually just means it's running away vomiting and bleeding out. Proficient crossbow gob. Come on, Gobby. Can you do this for me? You got this. I have the faith in you. Oh, you got it. Check, can I get a round of applause for our very brave gob successfully gobbing an elephant to death? I also need to go to labor, kitchen. Drinks, please, for the love of Armok, do not cook my drinks, thanks. And then let's go to seeds and say, I don't really fucking care about these seeds, so don't cook those. Cook those. Don't cook those, don't cook those, cook those, cook that, because I'm just not farming. We're just gathering everything. It's just easier. I can unenable them later if I decide I want to keep them. And then I'm going to go down here. I'm going to floor this up. Maybe not obsidian, though. What else do I have? Literally just obsidian. Okay, fine. I won't floor it up. Instead, I will just go around the edge with obsidian. It's just too dark. It just looks like missing assets. And then we'll go all the way around the edge, and then I will throw in 2 kitchens. Maybe not out of obsidian, though. I do have 2 andesite blocks, so I could just use those. Why am I blanking on where the kitchen is? Kitchen, there it is. That's basically all that we have in this fort. Mark's dwarves are far and away the most efficient and effective way to get rid of web spitters and fire breathers. I would say that you are missing out on the most efficient form of getting rid of certain enemy types that can be kind of a pain. Are you crazy? No, not really. Doesn't really fit my definition of crazy. If you ever think to yourself, man, fire breathers are overpowered, that's what you're missing. You dump water on them? I mean, sure, that works. But I just make a line of Mark Dwarves and they just kill them. So are you crazy? No. I mean, like, you play the game the way you want to play the game. Who am I to take that from you? I just don't always have water available. Ammo is a pain? No, it's not. Like, one Forgotten Beast produces like hundreds of bones. So you multiply that by 5. So if you butcher one large animal and you get 180 bones, you can get 180 stacks of 5 bolts. You don't need a huge meat industry for wooden bolts. Metal bolts you get 25 per, so they're even faster and significantly more effective. If your Mark Dwarves are skilled, they can one-tap like an angel from 30 tiles away, like through 2 fortifications at an angle, and you're like, how did you do that? Are you like bending the direction that they're going? And also, I missed your request, Beagle, so I'll name that, but also please let other people claim them. Like, this is your 3rd named thing in this fort. Share, man. Share. You can do better than this. I've told you before. Sometimes other people want them. I don't even train Mark Dwarves. I don't set training ammo for anything. Period. I literally just get them to train wrestling, and they train 7 times faster on live targets. And so after like 1 or 2 sieges, you have elite Mark Dwarves. Like, it's not an issue. Point and click? Sure. You got a call from an insurance solicitor, so you gave them your landlord's number? Just, you didn't hear it from me. I feel like would be a necessary thing to say. Okay, so up here, go around the edge of this. And say, prepared meals. All the way down around the bottom of this, we'll say, drinks. And you will take items. I was going to say from here, but I haven't actually made the stockpile I'm about to make yet. This is all just going to be for prepared meals. You'll just give. We'll give items to here. Just so that we don't run out of space, because they'll also put them over here, but these ones are getting kind of full-ish. I made the kitchen a smiley face? You're right, I did. He's watching it. I don't know. I used to understand why people wouldn't do Mark Dwarves because they used to be very tedious to manage. I cannot fathom in any universe why you wouldn't just like use Mark Dwarves now. Like I don't get it. They're like, oh, ammo's too much of a pain. It's like, well, I don't agree, but okay. Is left over from then, yes. And they've been like extremely simple to use and easy to manage since November last year. And there was a rework in spring that same year that made them, I mean, the ammo was still kind of more fiddly to manage, but like that made them extremely easy to train. So like I don't understand a world where people still refuse to use them. I guess I just live in a different reality than some people. Let's just go finished goods. Stick all that up there as well. Yeah, don't know why this is going on. Uh-oh. Ranger Rick is a shitty... is a shitty tavern keeper. So sorry, Ranger Rick. You're getting demoted. Let's go with the Flatterer. You can be a tavern keeper. Oh shit, I wanted to know what the story they were telling was. What's the story? Listen to story. The dwarf Azuri became the first tax of the Ruthless Coven. Local dwarven histories. Yeah, that makes sense. Apparently we're gonna see some magic related stuff at the end of this month. What you been playing though, Saber? You got one yesterday for the first time? I'm trying to avoid them. But like, I don't know. I don't really care. Bone. Bolts. And let's just go up here. Let's make an ammo stockpile, but just bolts. You acquiring items? Oh no, you just went and grabbed the rock pot. Makes sense. Was the Halo remake? That's fair. I feel like if I were to replay Halo 1, I would go to the Master Chief Collection, and that's mostly just because I want the old graphics. Like, that's a large part of the nostalgia for me. Like, that's a game that I kind of don't want upgraded visuals for. How do I have so much obsidian? This entire mountain was obsidian. All of this is 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 obsidian. All this obsidian, etc. I could go down to like here and dig out a bunch of quartzite. Which maybe I should do just for funsies. Just to have some variety, but was that a volcano? Not really. This is like a lava tube But I do have a hole that goes all the way down there, which I was using to throw people into when this was a Spartan fort. Want me to save the game, if you insist? Oopsies. Quick save. Dunzo. You mod the game to make them have all the same traits as horses. So I'm going to be direct. I don't know what's different between them and horses aside from the fact that unicorns have a sword and horses don't. I'm trying to think. Where the fuck did I put that? Oh, I should probably just put a carpenter shop up in here. That's really what I should do. Because currently I don't have any way to make more beds, and I need more beds. No, I don't think that's true. I've domesticated unicorns many times. If that's what you're talking about. Unicorns can't be milked. I mean, what else do you think their horns should be for? Yeah, fair. Okay. It's one of those, like, how do you milk an almond kind of questions. With 89 demons inside of it? So are they demons or are they demons of something? Because if they're demons of something, those aren't demons. Those are necromancer experiments that have the word demon in their name. Naturally, Surf King. This is a well-known fact. Okay. Just peeking around and going like, okay, what else do I need to do here? It's good to know that we've got alcohol rolling again. And dwarves is partying. I also love the fact that since a lot of these dwarves are in squads, but the squads don't exist, they just straight up have weapons. There's something about that that's kind of awesome. Like, kind of awesome. How do you milk purring maggots? By milking their udders? I mean, it's a well-known fact that purring maggots are just a giant udder. And if you don't mean, like, in theory and you mean in reality, like, what is it? Extract liquid from animal, I think? I think that's the farmer's shop. Let me check. I don't have a farmer's shop built right now, I don't think. And I can't check it there, so... Let's make one and check. Is it milk in farmers? Then what's extract liquid from animal do? Maybe I'm thinking the fishery. No, this is what I'm thinking. Extract from land animal, which I'll be honest, I don't actually know what that does. Butchering a Wolverine? Cool. Fucking bangers, man. Absolute cinema. I mean, obviously. Is this fortress open haven? Define? What that mean? Like, is the tavern allowing visitors? No. No, this is just the fortress populace in this tavern. Do you know if there's a way to resume generating a world? There is no way to restart world gen. The closest thing that you can do to restarting world gen is embark, retire, reclaim, retire, reclaim, retire, reclaim, retire, reclaim, retire, and each time moves it 2 weeks forward, but there's lots of things that will never start back up. Like, unfortunately, World Gen ending is one of the biggest, like, sad face things for me about Dwarf Fortress. Because I think it would be really cool if you could, like, retire a fortress, start up World Gen for 100 years, and then, like, come back to the world after the fact. That would be awesome. And it's something that I would love to see in the game one day. Rock door. Obsidian. Also, look at all that quartzite that we got now. Meaning we're now getting pink flooring, which is actually kind of nice. So I could put pink down here. See? Quartzite. Nice change of aesthetics from the constant oppressive blackness. Okay, so who's pissed? Of course it's you. Quit hunting then. Go do something else with your life, Dwarf. Nothing spawn or change. There's a lot of... No, maybe not a lot. There's a couple DF hack scripts that are there that look like they could work that are just very outdated and maybe worked in much older versions of the game, but not now. So that's probably what's going on there, if I were to bet. Let's also go here and just throw wheelbarrows into this. Use wheelbarrows to transfer those items. Okay, let's continue working on this wall a little bit. I do, in fact, have multiple tavern keepers, because I can make a tavern without having a noble assigned. Same with temples. Okay, no, I don't want those made out of earthenware. These, I do want them made out of obsidian. Adra, the Metal Outlaw, how are you? Is it working? Yep, and all the bugs in that video have been fixed. Although there's a new one that's been introduced, but I think that that one will get fixed in whatever the next version is, which I think is going to be integrated ideally directly into DFHack. It's this. So when you follow a dwarf, they do that annoying stutter thingy, but aside from that, it's much better than it was. You know, it wouldn't have flooded your steel industry, Beagle Weagle, if you had a very, very large and effective Marksdwarf squad. I know you might not believe me, but I'm going to start blaming all of your problems in Dwarf Fortress on not having a Marksdwarf squad. Just an FYI. It's like the memes where people blame everybody's life problems because the person isn't forklift certified. It's like, well, you know, you wouldn't have had a hard time moving house, and like all of your grandmother's china wouldn't have been broken if you were forklift certified. It's like, what does that have to do with anything? Nothing, but you would be forklift certified. It's like that kind of thing. It's like, well, you see, if you had a squad of Marksdwarves, then the aquifers in Fear would have just simply quivered, and you would have had a squad of Marksdwarves, and it wouldn't have flooded your. They're going to make an archer squad, and then it actually won't work because you can't make ammo for an archer squad. Maybe to get minecart certified, Quitchy. Take it from elves and humans and goblins. I may have to change my strat here. I don't know if my slow brainwashing will be effective on Beagle Weagle. Just like my reminders that you should stop hogging all the names to yourself. Because naming is up, and anybody could name anything if you like. You could be minecart certified by purchasing a minecart certification sticker. It costs only a couple of dollars and plus shipping and taxes. But smoking hat of the top hat variety. What's your vibe? Lean, mean, green Dwarfin machine or a bearded bastard? Yeah. I know you did. And I gave you your goblin. Lady dwarf or goblin? Well, you could have either. So what would you prefer? Smooth movement hasn't been scuffed while paused since the day after I uploaded that video. That was fixed almost immediately. Leopis. Because it's a one or the other situation. You want the goblin? Okay. Happy goblin is catin. Because it's a cat and mouse game of naming the goblins. And smoking top hat is very stubborn, sometimes cruel, very comfortable around others that are different from herself, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, and dislikes helping others. Has a sense of humor and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Occasionally overindulges, often feels envious of others, and could be considered rude. She's quick to form negative views about things, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is, of course, conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, and she's slow to anger, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She doesn't really care about much of anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds herself to be somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, values independence, and skill mastery and all that. She likes olivine, bismuth bronze, tiger eye, pearwood, and the color blue-gray. Soldiers of the night for their unsettling origins and the sound of the gorge of warmth, and when possible prefers to consume guppies, I guess, turnip plants, and I prefer to turn down the plants because you're supposed to turn down for what? Buckwheat beer and rice flour and mung beans and bitter oranges and hates bats. She's short and obese and her hair is clean shaven. Welcome to Fort. Turn down for what? Anyways, I am going to go over here and this is upsetting. I've just got dwarves that are stuck in the hospital forever. I'm going to go right here and throw in some doors and beds. Before I forget. And I'm going to take a 90-second break, chat. I'm going to go take a piss. You guys can watch these dwarves dig and transport boulders. I will be right back. There's a hospital. It doesn't work. So injured dwarves sit there while injured and get their wounds tended, and don't get their wounds tended to. All right, I have made the successful return. And also, Journelius, thank you very much for the 42 months. Tried building a fortress with only Necromancer? It's easy. I've done it multiple times. You want to see the most recent one that I did? I made a video about it. It's called The One Tile Start. We not only had Necromancers, but I made them all intelligent undead. And so they wouldn't get affected by their own nightmares, even though they could summon them. And then I made them like face check a bunch of demons, and we kind of won? Question mark? I uploaded it in January, I think. Dizer. It's something I don't do super often because it's one of those things where it's just not tedium's the wrong word. It's one of those things that's like an interesting puzzle to figure out how to do once every 6 months to a year, and maybe not something that I want to do all the time. What's the best way to empty clay cages with goblins inside? You mean like goblins that are captured and hostile? Well, you'll need to kill the goblin. You can just assign them to either a pit pond or a pasture, and as long as your military is nearby, when they get removed from it, the military will cut them up. So if you just like like station your military right next to the cages, and then just set it as a pen and pasture, and then just tell the dwarves to remove them from the cages, the military will just be like hack, 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 and then they'll all fly to pieces, and it'll be great. It'll be a good time. That's probably the easiest way. The best way, dump all the clothing out first, remove all their gear, and either then do that or release them or pit pawn them and throw them off of the edge of something. But releasing and killing them is probably the easiest. As long as you have a decently skilled military, though, their gear shouldn't be too much of a problem, as long as you outnumber them. Yeah, but then you have to get the corpse out of the heavy aquifer. Otherwise, every time a dwarf walks past the heavy aquifer, they go, "Oh god, a body!" Which they don't really like all that much. Surprisingly enough. Oh shit. Need empty bucket. Are you saying that I could actually, like, maybe tend to their wounds? I kind of doubt it, because no diagnosing has been done, but at least we could keep them from... You could also use a chain. Yeah, you could assign them to a chain. That's another thing you could do. All right, how far down do I need to go to hit the aquifer? It's actually pretty far. It's like right there, basically. Where does this lead? Wow, that's pretty far. Okay, so this is a pit, right? How do you throw enemies into a pit? You make a pit pond, like that, hit accept, and then assign an animal to it. And in this case, you would assign a goblin to it. Then they'll just throw whatever it is into the spot. They would escape. Sounds like the job is canceled. Batsifer. But, like, the further distance they have to go, like, the higher... Like, if the job gets canceled for some reason, or if there's militia nearby, the militia will kill it. And if there's, like, something that causes the job to get canceled or stutter, then, yeah, they'll let it go and they'll run away. Like that, a gigantic cask of alcohol. No, because alcohol doesn't pool the same way other liquids do. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to escape. So, sounds like you just need to give them a closer distance. I would just construct the cage right next to where you're throwing them. Like, if the cage was right here, or if the stockpile with them was right there, and then they're going right over the edge, like, they're not going to have time to get away. But they'll try, obviously. I mean, it would be silly for them to not try. I'm just going to do this. Go across there. Go across here. Go across there. Not on the upper level. That screws that up. I created a young world and killed all the Titan monster and tried to do a necromancer fort. He created some experiment because in the end the world became boring. I have 30 to 40 fortresses in. I mean, if you've done 30 to 40 fortresses in a world, you've definitely got a good amount of time out of that. That's pretty good if you ask me. It is a DF hack third-party plugin at the moment that, as far as I know, is in the process of trying to be integrated into DF hack properly in regards to the smooth movement that you're seeing. So currently it's just a DF hack plugin, but ideally it'll get integrated into DF hack proper. So the miners know you're serious? Yeah, I hover between 1 and 4, usually. Sometimes if, like, I just have an auto miner for something that I really don't care about using. Empty buckets. I wonder... Okay, hold on. Let me try something. What if I just go here? Although this I want on priority 2, so they do it first. Except this, just normal dig. Don't do anything sillier. Do I have a temple yet or not religious? This fort had a temple before it had anything else. At population 10, it had a temple. Basically, everybody worships the god of murder. So I have 2 different temples to the god of murder. A couple people worship the god of, like, fortresses and fire and minerals, and they're silly normie dwarves who don't like the cool things. Let's also go up to here. Cool, we're making doors. That's what I like to see. Actually, let's just pause that one, because I could just make a well over here. So you build a temple? Nope, that's not what I did. We got our first migrant wave, and then they asked for a temple, and I said, yep, and then I made them a temple. So no, I did not do it just to not, like, have to mess with it. They requested it, and I gave it to them. It's right here. You got 39 worshippers in the fortress of this god. And there's this one. This is dedicated to that god specifically, and that's it. Although maybe this one should just be to anything. This is kind of an artifact of the behind times, the previous times, the olden days. I'll keep that one, but I'll move it elsewhere. Before I reclaimed this fort. No particular deity. There you go. Oopsies. Yeah, no, it was like, I recall it being the first migrant wave that this fort existed for. They almost immediately just demanded a temple, so I was like, all right, you can have it. Where was I building? I was down here, making a well system. The other thing I'm going to do here, actually, is I'm going to go to you, and I'm going to make some ash. Actually, maybe I'll just get ash repeating for a little bit. So I can't, if you just tuned in, I literally can't assign nobles because this is a reclaim anomaly. So all I have is an administrator. This is, I wouldn't really say it's a bug. There just aren't really features intended for forts like this. So I can't make a military. I don't have a fully functioning hospital. I, like, can't use the manager's screen. It's a bizarre fortress, but does the admin want something? Yeah, and I don't give a shit. If he lets me appoint a captain of the guard, I'll give him his demands, but that's his problem. It's probably just catapult parts is all he's been demanding. You've never seen stairs to bedrooms before? I like doing one layer down and one layer up with bedrooms. I think they tend to look quite nice that way. Okay, so over here, I can now put this, except I'm going to use quartzite, I think, because who doesn't want a pink bridge? Pinkiest bridgiest. Let's just use clay for this. I don't actually care. It doesn't matter if they can climb this. What does matter is that this has some sort of roof. All right, so you over there, and then this over here, you... Oh, okay, fine. If you insist, game. I need to make more mechanisms, which I guess makes sense. Sensinisms. You over here go make a mechanic. Sure, we'll just use clay for that. You can just make 2 zones and assign them to the same thing. Although for bedrooms, it would consider it to be multiple bedrooms, but you could do it. So like for a tavern, this could be a tavern. This could also be the same tavern. This could also be the same tavern if you made a zone and assigned it. It won't really change much, but you could do it. You're still so unsure about it? I don't know. Chad, how do you feel about the smooth movement? I think it's like a net positive. The only thing I don't like is that because it just mirrors sprites when they flip, like it swaps left-handed and right-handed dwarves with their weapons when they're facing right. But aside from that, like I have no dislike for it. It's one of those things where it's like I don't think I would ever want it to be a like mandatory feature, but I think I would love it to be a toggle that's on by default. But I think the most important thing for Dwarf Fortress in the long term, just in my humble opinion, I think that one of the most important things for Dwarf Fortress is that in the long term, it continues to add features that makes the game more appealing to people who haven't played it before. And like if it's meh or whatever for people who have played the game before, that's fine. But also that's kind of not who it's for at that point, right? Like they should actively try to make the game as approachable to people who've never touched it before as possible. And that the overwhelming response that I've seen to every bit of thing that I've made is occasionally you'll have people who've played a lot of this game that goes, wow, the game looks weird now, which sure, I don't disagree necessarily if you're only just seeing it for the first time. But on the flip side, like everything else I've seen basically has been overwhelmingly, this is so much more readable or significantly clearer, or I find this much more palatable by like off the bat, and I think that's just a net positive. I don't think there's any negative there. Like, you know, I've been a big fan of the idea of getting the little animations that are in adventure mode and fortress mode for quite some time, and that hasn't happened yet, and I hope that it does someday. I would love to see it, I guess. All right, okay, I'm kind of running out of earthenware blocks. Okay, down here, you go here, and then you go to over here. And then you go there. Although I don't actually need that last piece. Oh my god, they're actually getting evaluated. Do I have splints? Kind of want to make aluminum splints, but that's maybe a bit too fancy. I don't know. No, the mayor issue has not solved itself. I have it set so that I should get a full screen pop-up if they elect a mayor. No, I made a custom job that would let anybody do any doctoring jobs, but I was under the impression that in order for the hospital to function, they would need to have the hospital active, but the hospital isn't technically active without that. So maybe if I put a stockpile in there, that'll do it. Could it be aluminum crafts, maybe? Stukos, the furnace operator, withdraws from society. Yeah, because it would be so easy to get full adamantine without any functional military. Dizer. I'm good. At least for the minute. Maybe later in this fort if it sorts itself out. Why the heck is splint furniture? But, okay. Let's just go here and say... See, it's not. Let's allow everything, allow nothing. Splints and crutches. And you... will take items from here. Oh, never mind. That Metalsmith's Forge is gonna get used now because somebody just went into a strange mood the second I started it. That's funny. I'll make another Metalsmith's Forge then if you insist. Work secretly, you grabbed iron bars and 2 gems. Cool. So there are animations in Dwarf Fortress when it rains? Maybe they just make them less subtle? Just one grand fan? But there are animations. Tiles get blue for a second. But that's cool. It just looks odd to you? Well, no one's making you use it, Victor Levinus. I will say that the stream has done uncharacteristically well the last few days, just in raw traffic. So either people are very curious about the smooth movements, or people like them, and I'm tending to lean in the direction of people liking them. No, the dino hype's basically over. Like, the player base has gone back down to normal, and my views had gone back down to normal as of last week, so. And I don't think there's much hype for magic yet, at least nothing that I've noticed. An iron gigan? Okay. Stukos, the furnace operator, has created an iron gigan and offers it to the Exalted Tome. Okay, let's try this again. I'm just doing aluminum because they're just really light. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and circled with bands of baguette-cut praises. This object is adorned with hanging rings of praise. And the gigan is a large, stationary, cloth-stringed instrument with a glass body. The instrument rests flat, and the musician plucks the 59 strings with a bone plectrum. Oh, geez, what's the name of that? There's a precursor to the harp that's similar to this. The musician can alter the pitch with adjustable bridges. The pitch can also be altered by pedals. The instrument has a nearly 5-octave range, going from extremely low to a mid-high pitch at all pitches, and the instrument has an even timbre. timber? I've heard it pronounced timbre, and I don't know what's the correct way to say that. It has 4 registers in the low register and the high register. Blah, 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 blah. It has a clear, dull timbre. Cool. Very simple little instrument. Let's see if it's buildable. I think it is. Yes, it is. Harpsichord? Not a harpsichord, because there. Okay, so there's like a proto harp / proto piano that is sort of like a harpsichord or a piano without any keys. I don't know the name of it, but like someone in chat could probably say the right thing. Like maybe that's what it is, Zorthos, but like I wouldn't be able to point at it and be like, that's it. So I wonder if any of these dwarves know how to play it. It's played on a fidgem. They use fidgems. You're telling a story? What story is you telling? How Greg and then some ceased to be the administrator. Well, okay, only temporarily. Then we came to our senses. Oh, I don't have as much aluminum as I thought I did. Well, in that case, I will smelt some aluminum. Because I do actually have quite a bit of aluminum ore. I just thought I'd smelted it. Can you ask Gobbo? If you say please or not. I mean, sure. Do you prefer boy or girl Gobbo or just Gobbo? Male or female is fine. Okay. Happiest unnamed goblinist is what you get. You are a 38-year-old Servish McGoblin savant wheel. Good for you. Mark. Mark, savant wheel, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and very easily falls into love and develops positive feels. Just gotta check something right quick. Cool. And never develops positive feelings. Very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, is sometimes cruel, and can be very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He lives a orderly life, organized and neat, and he is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He is trusting and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he occasionally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he has a calm demeanor, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He doesn't handle stress well, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and he is stubborn. He finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he tries to do things correctly each time and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He lowers his eyes when he's nervous, and he scratches his ear whenever he's bored, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. So I'm going to try something, because I'm curious. I'm going to go a few levels up. This is going to be a little cheesy. And this is going to be the Mystery Sky Tower in the sky. Of the sky? By the sky. For sky. And it's going to be public. It's called the Sky of Sky. No, okay, of Clouds? Fly. Sky. Rain. Rainy. Windy, what other sky thing exists? Sun. There you go. So it's the Fly Sky, the Rainy Whiskey Sons of Fly Sky of the Clouds. I'm going to see what it attracts, because I think we have a thing coming up soon which is very important. If we trade with the home nation somehow, we're in a really good spot. If we don't, we're in a really bad spot. And I'm just kind of hoping that we'll be able to trade. That's all. And perhaps we'll need some randoms to come visit to spread the word that we exist. So I just want to see what'll show up if I do that. I could also just make this public for a little bit and see what happens. So wish us luck. A sky of whiskey seemed appropriate. There's no whiskey in the sky, though. So that's false advertising. Would never do such a thing. Okay, so you over here. Do I have the stuff to make a pump? No, I don't. You over here. Let's do pipe and cork. You're making charcoal. Stop making ash. Don't need any more of that. I should also just put wood in this stockpile. Maybe just swap this stockpile out entirely for just wood. You demand sky whiskey. I think you'd probably need to go to a good biome for that, where it rains whiskey. Gonna gather a bunch of plants. There they all go. Off to gather plants. There's too many naked moldog pups. Do you ever just want to, like, set them all on fire when you see cute animals? Oh, hey, look, coal. Well, that's cool. So I kind of really want to do that. Just get rid of them. Send them where the sun don't shine and all that. Well, I mean, do you ever just see, like, a bunch of animals in Dwarf Fortress and you're like, man, it would be great if I just had a bunch of lava that I could pour on them? That's kind of more what I'm thinking than, you know, specifically setting them on fire. Mostly that. Mostly. Although, intrusive thoughts escaping is the best part of having intrusive thoughts, you know? Oh shit, I actually got some microcline now. Oh, that's also messed up. Also, it looks like the hospital works now. I had to manually build it, but it looks like hospitals work without doctors. I have a field hospital? We'll call it that. So that's kind of cool. Actually pretty stoked for that, now that I'm looking at it. So I guess we've figured out how to make hospitals. We have a community-driven public healthcare system, except with it's volunteer-based, and if you think you've seen a lung before, we'll let you do surgery on that lung. Did you bring, it's BYOT, which is bring your own thread. BYOS, bring your own sutures. It's mildly terrifying, but I'm sure it'll all be fine. Yeah, and your own scalpel. Bring your own. Maybe it's BYOT. It's bring your own tools. What do we do when you've made steel armor sets X10 and you've assigned them as a uniform, but the dwarves refuse to wear it? Don't fucking use DF hack to do that sort of stuff. You're just gonna cause more problems for yourself. Reassign their armor. Like, I'm assuming I can't show you because I literally don't have access to the menu. But like, go to the equip screen and look at what they have equipped. And if they're all wearing gear already, make a new uniform. Or unassign the uniform and reassign the uniform. Like, just turn it off and on again. They should just go for whatever the highest value thing is. Otherwise, you could set it as specifically steel under the materials and everything, save it, and then send it. Ira Stupid, thanks for the 68th month. You're almost nice. And also, thanks for the $1. It's appreciated. Thank you very much, man. BIOS, yes. That's also what I said to Windows when I installed it. Good BIOS. As in operating system. All right, so that's all empty. Excelente. So now I go up here, Areno, and grab this and that, and hope it's done. Yay, it's done. So you will use the blue one, and then those.
Or stupid cheered.
Thanks for the additional $4 in penny. Thank you, Irish Stupid. So no visitors so far. I mean, if you were a dwarf, would you visit a dwarven fortress that's like mostly populated by goblins? It's kind of like asking, would you log into Tumblr? I don't know if I would. There's some tools that can actually cause some pretty major issues if you don't know what they're doing to your game, but in general, it's useful, yes. So do be a little bit cautious with it. Oops. But at the end of the day, what ClinoDev said, yeah. I would be cautious with automating, with leaving every single automated system enabled, because you'll end up with way too much of things you don't need. Because some of those scripts are kind of like, yeah, just do this forever and auto reset it. And it's like, maybe you don't want to butcher every animal that shows up. Maybe you don't want to do all of this automatically. I just like manually assigning it for that reason. But I'm technically also using it. Like, the dwarves moving from spot to spot is a DFAC visual thing. I just don't like it when games play themselves for me. I'm here to play the video game. I saw a dwarf with red clothing run by there, and I thought it was blood moving. I was like, what the fuck is happening? It spooked me for a second. But yeah, Clino's right at the end of the day. Whatever makes the game enjoyable. Yeah, that's fair. Smoking top hat. Assuming the creature isn't, like, not fully domestic. Unless the creature isn't fully domesticated, usually what I do is I just lock the door. Like, I put them in, like, if it's just chickens or something, I just put them in an enclosed room and then just lock the door. And then just go, all right, do your business. Finish it up. Call me when you're done. Chicken jail, yeah. It's like, man, that's a tough baby pumping that pump all by itself. I'm sorry, what was the name of your child? Okay, I read that as Iron God. I was like, that is an incredible name for your child. Okay, so you go down into there. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a rough around the edges game. That's just kind of a fact. So. What even is DF-hack? I've never hacked a DF in my life. Okay, so you stop maybe right about right about there. That's good. Stoop. Yep, it spilled a little bit. Oopsie daisies. At least we have a well now. All right, you over here. Actually. Maybe I should just leave it like that, because this isn't overflowing right now. We'll slowly drain this out, but I'm kind of surprised it's not overflowing, actually, now that I look at it. I should have put a diagonal right there. And right here. It's fine. Just not worry about it. Just don't ask questions. Sometimes the thing's working and you go, I see how I screwed this up. Oh well. Greater than then some has banned certain exports. What exports? I don't even have any exports. Nor imports. How the fuck could you ban a thing I don't have? Anyway, sorry, it's just a natural response to, what do you mean you banned exports? It's like, what do you mean you added a tariff? We don't even have anything that we're exporting. Or importing, for that matter. I don't even have a fucking trader. Sorry, it's just... Sometimes it's just a natural way of things. Let's go up here and grab you and do some more of these. How are you today, Haas? It's good to see you. If you guys don't know Haas, mods, could I get a shout out for Haas, please? Haas is fun. Entertaining individual. Does dwarf stuff sometimes. Has been known to dwarf around. Dwarfing is charged. You see, people are like, man, I wish Dwarf Fortress didn't have didn't remove the economy. Or man, I wish Dwarf Fortress had an economy. And then there's me where I'm just like, what even is an economy? I've never even heard that word before. What happened to your blinking ASCII characters? You have to disable the graphics? Or do you mean them sliding? Because that's a DF hack plugin. And I didn't look at what I needed to make an ashery. I think it's buckets probably, right? No, barrel. I need a barrel. It's better than a hero, though, frankly. How? Oh, to define this blunder? What did you do, my guy? Tell me all about it. I'd love to hear all of the gooey details about your blunder. You know, Dwarf Fortress has always kind of felt like a big board game with little paper characters. Although I've had this running headcanon theory that Dwarf Fortress is like the same proportions of characters as Paper Mario because you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. So I guess that kind of fits. You forgot to enable beards on Lady Dwarves? Oh no! The Dwarfanity! You're gonna have to regenerate that world now. Sorry. Literally unplayable. Busted game. How dare you, Hazaza. It's time to blow up the planet. I fucked up genetics. You know, honestly, that's probably how humans in reality are gonna go away. Someone will just be like, well, time to blow up the planet because we fucked up all genetics. Haz, I don't know if you know this, but I literally can't nobles. So, it's pain. That's all. So much pain. Actually, mostly just slow, but it's not really that painful. I always think that that's going to only be 2 clicks after 1 click after that, and then I always right click out of habit, but then the world starts disappearing. Yeah, it's just like the bad ending from the bad ending that could have happened in Back to the Future. Everybody just fades out of existence. Let's just encrust furniture with cut gems. Let's just do some value boosts for things. And who's pissed? It's all the hunters, which doesn't surprise me at all, actually. Let's just throw some new dwarves on hunting. Give them all a break. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I will ever get a mayor elected. I have this headcanon theory that they need to assign, or that all of the dwarves in the fortress need to become citizens of the fortress in order to be able to, like, acquire a mayor. I'm getting less and less expectant that that'll actually be a reality, though. I can still hope, though. Basically, this entire fortress is literally strapped together with hopes and dreams. McLie. This is going to be annoying, because don't they need to bring a bucket over for this? Yeah, they need to bring buckets. Before I can make soap. No, they ain't. The problem... So, do you know what Ancientgrease does when it's ancient? It seizes. So it's like the opposite. We're strapping together hopes and dreams to try and degrease this Ancientgrease so that we can get this old mechanism moving again. I suppose it would make sense that all of the requests would come from the ruling settlement. Yeah. So, like, maybe in the future, a settlement like this, you could have, like, a messenger and, like, an outpost director or something. And then once a year, like, the king would show up and be like, make 50 peanuts. I don't know. Like, no, I'm out of tallow, it seems, which is fine. Just need them to butcher something. Do I even have anything that I can butcher at the minute? No, not really. How are we doing on cat supply? Not good enough. Grr. I'm sorry, hold on. Overlord? So these goblins aren't part of my group. These goblins are hostile. They've been here since the beginning. But they're also, like, not combative. I have a fix for this. Because they don't really move much. They're not very interested in exercise. I'm starting, like, they probably just don't believe in exercise. They think it's a myth. So, what if I made them say hello to my best friend, Brick Shithouse? And turn them into a pancake. At this point, I'm starting to think it might just be a goblin rite of passage. Lava, that would take significantly longer to get. This, I could just drop a rock on its head and it'll kill him. So what if I just drop a rock on his head? Because I don't think I really don't think we need a goblin overlord like living in my basement. Like there's something very funny about that in like a Lord of the Flies kind of way, but also at the same time, I really don't need that. So, wouldn't it be really funny if one of my goblins became a goblin overlord? I'm hopeful, chat. It's like after a polite discussion with local rivals, Eurist has become a goblin overlord. Like, I'm not super hopeful it'll happen, but, you know. I can dream pretend. Oi. You son of a gob. Move back. You're supposed to... Okay, fine. Okay, fine. If you insist. I'll just crush this half then. It's no real sweat off my back. I mean, it'll look ugly for a little bit, but that's fine. It's under your planet knows. I don't think it knows, but maybe it's getting dusty. That would be 50 individual rice seeds, which would just mean harvest 50 rice and then brew them. Actually, you know, it would be even funnier if, like, they would just send you, like, a militia commander for a fort like this. I'm trying to, like, hypothesize how a fortress like this could have intended mechanics worked into it. Dingo has ended a mandate. Uh-huh. Is that a dwarf named Dingo? Or did you elect a dingo? Because that's very Crusader Kings of you, if that's the case. Okay, so let's go down here, do that. Do this. And maybe not that. Let's do this instead. All right, who's ready to flatten an overlord? Because I literally can't assign soldiers to do anything for me here. I need you all to do me a huge favor, chat. I need you to all post my falling dwarf emote. Ranger Rick gets to go do the honors. I'm really curious about what this is going to look like. Oh, he just goes splat. All right. Got him. And they're like, oh my god. What happened? Eh? No, okay, no overlord. The good news is I'm not an overlord. The bad news is I didn't acquire an overlord. Oh, wait, never mind. We found a new overlord, chat. He's right here. Okay, well, attempt number 2 to de-overlord the overlords. The Overlord is dead. Long live the Overlord. I mean, I don't know if we really need to long live the Overlord. I mean, he seems kind of like a bit of a dick. Especially because now there's another Overlord. I don't know why I'm doing this the layer below, but I am. Also, this probably won't kill you. It might. Just because it's from the layer below. Otherwise, I can just go a layer above again, which is fine. Which is actually what I'm going to start doing. I'm just going to start building this out. Okay, so you over there. We're just going to zip over here. Pull that, link this. Oopsies. Keep losing my spot. There I am. Boop. Get it done. Okay, buddy is stuck. Spawn more Overlords, Zerg, probably, yes. That I cannot disagree with. Just like something Vespine gas. All the dwarves climb over. What the fucking fuck? Hey, Clino. I accidentally broke the game into having your favorite feature. Enberingen, you would like a lady dwarf. Can do. Yeah, I saw it. No, I didn't miss it. Well, I almost missed it, but I didn't. And not only that, they're in a tree. Okay, hold on. Before I do anything else, happiest unnamed lady dwarf is going to... There you go. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. After seeing a human die. She has no sense of vengeance or retribution, and she prefers to be alone. She is very rarely moved by curiosity, thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and has a sense of duty. She can occasionally lose focus on matters at hand, and has a tendency to make a mess with her own possessions. She has a greedy streak, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally respects shrewd and guileful, believes that peace is preferable to war, and treasures leisure time, and thinks that it is very important in life. She strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and respects perseverance, and sees competition as wasteful and silly. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes pudding stone, gold goshenite. I wonder if that's vanilla or chocolate. Pudding stone. Anyway, clear glass and sloth leather, the color bronze, and reindeer for their large herds, king cobra men for their charming hood, and the sight of the mirth of Saturnity. When possible, prefers to consume water buffalo, garden cress, and pendant amaranth beer, and absolutely hates jumping spouters. And, of course, her hair is quite dense, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. She's married to Zatan and has a child named Almost, who's almost big enough to take care of himself. And he's doing the legendary dwelling upon getting caught in the rain once. All right, so how the fuck? That's all I got, really. Let's just dig through this. No. Let's just dig through... Not this. Let's dig through this. I do have cages, so I can just make cage traps. Yeah, we'll do that. Just so I have a little bit of time to build a wall along here. It's good to see your stream, so finally able to make one. You must watch on YouTube. Yeah, fair enough. As long as it takes. I know that's kind of an ambiguous answer. I have to make thumbnails for it and then schedule it, and it usually takes 8 hours plus to like be able to be watchable anyways, because YouTube takes a while to process Twitch VODs for some reason. So, usually about a week is maybe the more direct answer. Then I need to go down here, go door to door. To door. I'm gonna go down here and go weapon trap. Whatever this fucking wood training axe is. All those, this, and I don't know, spears. Why not? They are stuck in a tree. Yes, this is a very normal fortress. And don't you forget that. Also, now we're getting assaulted by a vile force of naked mole dog. It's a vicious assault. So now that I've done that, merchants are up here. I'm going to give them some stairs. Because that ain't doing right. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's wrong. But whatever that is incorrect. I would love to know what the fuck caused this to happen. Like, seriously. There's something weird in these hills. As the naked Moldog run by. So there is no DF hackery. No, this just organically showed up in the caverns. I was trying to kill a goblin overlord that's in my basement by dropping shit on his head, which I guess I kind of stopped doing because I guess I got distracted. But I was trying to kill this goblin overlord. Nako hates season. I guess he doesn't like summer very much. Or she. He doesn't like summer very much. So I guess I could just finish that. Let's just give this a yoink. Let's see if I can crush this lad. Or splat this lad. Boop. Well, that wasn't very effective. Shame. I'll just make it bigger. It's fine. Slowly shimmy you this way. All right, merchants, where are you at? You're the more important thing going on here. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Okay, so that was option one. But apparently we're getting assaulted by an army of angry Crundles. Oh no, there's so many Crundles. Oh no, there's so many beak dogs. Well, the good news is they get to fight. You're suspended, you're suspended. The good news is I do actually have kind of a lot of skilled military dwarves in here. From previous fort attempts. So most of the dwarves have some sort of slapping skill. What is gob? A gob is a goblin. Not to be confused with a goblet or a globlet. Also, yes, on a mushroom tree. Just make sure that this doesn't get suspended, because this is priority number 1. We must rescue the very lost cavern, or caravan, from the cavern. We are in an ad break, but I'm just going to sit the screen here and just unpause this if it gets forbidden. Yes, Nickpaw, correct. What the Putnam? Sure, I can do that. What the Putnam? There you go. I mean, this is already like a reclaimed shenanigans fort that's technically the vassal of another fort. No, there is no reverse lycanthropy. So if a dwarf bites a werebear and draws blood, that dwarf won't get infected. Also, the bite that the were creature does to the dwarf or other character that they're biting needs to draw blood. Otherwise, it doesn't infect. So, like, if they bite them and it just causes bruising, then they're fine. Come on, dwarves. Come on, dwarves. I will be so upset if a forgotten beast appears and murders all of these dwarves. Okay. Come on, 6. I'm just gonna place some cage traps up here. Oh yeah, no, task 6 is accessible and I can unpause and stuff in here. See? Just pause it again. Like those. Grr. Let's hope that somebody makes it through. If a dwarf bites and draws blood on a were creature, the were creature... Every full moon, the were creature's beard grows slightly longer. Well, I mean, dwarves' beards grow perpetually for their entire lives and never stop growing. Come on, Dwarfist. You are the hero of the next, like, 30 minutes or so if you can complete this task. They thought it was impossible. I was beginning to give up. Let's see how many totems they want to buy. Oh my god, there's more. Oh. Holy shit. Okay, so you send it Send it. Send it. Send it. Totem. Send them. Bolt? No, I'm out of bolts. Should probably make more of those. Can send some gems, give these as gifts. Sell a bunch of large gems. Unrelated legwear. Not the steel stuff, though. Keep that. That stuff's nice. That's my fancy table. Don't sell that. Not for sale. Some of this stuff I can sell, though. And then anybody trades. Now we get to find out if they make it. No, just single file. Entering from the fog of war at the edge of the map behavior. I personally think that that mushroom actually worked really, really hard and all by itself grew a mushroom into a trading caravan. It's a very, very skilled mushroom. And I'm just going to go over here. Oopsies. Enberingen. The metalsmith has been taken by a Feymut. Exciting. And has now claimed one of the 2 metalsmith's forges. Grabs aluminum and fancy gems. Goes into a Feymut right afterwards. I think it's fate. Yeah, I don't even think the game like waits it like that either. Haha, they've arrived. I'm so happy. Why don't we just go seeds? Sell some more of these. Now I just need some Dwarfus McGee to get over here and trade. Anyone can trade. Literally anybody named Joshua Dwarfus McGee. Okay, trade. Done. Offers gifts. Friggin' offers gifts. Friggin' offer us gifts. Maybe offer all of them as gifts. And now, what can I buy from you? You have platinum? Excellent. But I don't want that. It's 2 spence. I'll buy this. I'll buy the raw green glass. Just in case we get another idiot trying to make a glass effect. Mark all. I have no idea what the value is. We literally have 0 concept of value of thing. We're kind of like a cargo cult, almost, because we have so little concept of any of this. What if I just buy another anvil? The cheese, maybe? I'm gonna buy the splint. I don't know. I don't really need anything. Okay, let's just not buy that and then trade. We have apparently exported and imported stuff, but no actual knowledge as to what it is. So now the next question is, what direction are they going to go? Now that trading is complete. Are they going to leave through the caverns? Because, God, I hope not. Did they bring an outpost liaison? No, they didn't. It's time to try and splat a gob again. Splat-a-gob is my favorite derivative of whack-a-mole. For whatever it's worth, Songs of Six is probably a more difficult game to manage effectively, and RimWorld is a much harder game than Dwarf Fortress. But RimWorld is a much more gameplay-driven thing than Dwarf Fortress is. Dwarf Fortress is kind of a little bit closer to like single-player, like RP kind of thing. Like there's a lot more headcanon and approximating of events in this than there is in, you know, other games. All right, let's just mine out that. Well, they said they played Songs of Six already. So. I would also argue that Dwarf Fortress is free. Because Dwarf Fortress literally has the free version, which is the game and it's free. Pull that, link it. Oh, let's just deconstruct it and reconstruct it then. In Meringan, the metalsmith has created Almoshlesh. For whatever it's worth, if you've never played the game before, this is a very fucking weird, not buggy, but like strange edge case scenario for it where I don't actually have access to a lot of the tools that make managing forts very easy. So, yeah. Anyway, she made an aluminum cap, or aluminium cap, called Almoshlesh Zalathalilob. Lakilob? And, or maybe Silob, I don't know. And offers it to the Exalted Tome. You know what? We'll give it to Bossman McDwarf for right now, because I think that would be fun. The merchants will be leaving soon. Yeah, I mean, the wars and stuff in Songs of Six is kind of where the game falls apart for me, but what's even more interesting about the procedural names in Dwarf Fortress is when you also learn that there's procedural languages. They're just kind of hard to find. Yeah, it must be just be getting put somewhere. Oh, and now you're napping. I just want to see where they go. Yeah, kobolds have a procedural language, and angels have procedural language. Builds whatever the hell he likes and sticks it in because it's neat. Yeah, kind of. Okay, so the merchants are now embarking, which means they have to load all those items up onto that poor elephant who has to carry it all now. I don't know. Maybe this fortress has hope. Yeah, this faction has access to elephants as well. I kind of missed that in the YouTube chat, but this faction has access to elephants. That's how I have a pet elephant. But, dude, if they leave via the caverns, my brain is going to melt a little bit. That'll be so weird. But there's many different languages in Dwarf Fortress that have different frameworks and structures, and they're generated at the beginning. But the humans, the elves, and the dwarves, and the goblins have their own, like, named languages. So like if I look at this dwarf's last name, it is in Dwarvish, and you can tell really quickly if somebody doesn't have the same culture, like if they're from a human faction or an elven faction once you play this game for too long, because you start to realize the difference between their names and stuff. Like you'll never see a elf named Urist unless they grew up with dwarves, or they're lying about who they are. Are there other avenues off the map? Like just off the edge of the map, yeah. There's tons of avenues off the edge of the map. I'm not using this for its original intended purpose at all anymore. Because this fortress is not Sparta anymore. This is not Sparta. I do love, I don't want to call it a conspiracy theory because it's not, but like how some portions of the Dwarf Fortress player base is like, I have so much problem with caravans getting stuck. It's like, yeah, they can get stuck if one of them gets chased away from the depot and can't get back for some reason. But like, if they just take a long time to leave, maybe you just sold them a shit ton of items. Like this, because they have to manually load every single item back up. What story are they telling? How Greg and then son became the administrator in 261. Cool. Telling some local history. Well, this isn't Sparta, but we did come back here to start a new fort. Does that work for you? Too much of a push? Unacceptable punnage. Also, it's dancing time. Which, as you can see, they're performing a dance. There's very detailed descriptions of the dances that they do. The unhappiest available goblin named them Glizzy Water. What's a Glizzy Water? Glizzy. Spotted Labors is a nervous wreck, checks out, and is easily moved to mercy after seeing a human's dead body, is very quick to anger, and very rarely moved by curiosity. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, and he is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He is quick to form negative views about things, and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, does not go out of his way to help others, and has little interest in joking around. Occasionally overindulges and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, and finds blind honesty foolish. And he likes stibnite, silver, black opal, coral, alpaca wool, pigtail fabric, and the color pale chestnut. Spears, cages, and donkeys for their stubbornness, in the words of the mellow bewilderment, and the sound of the brand of gold impossibly prefers to consume, sprites, cottonseed oil, and absolutely hates flies. On top of that, he has a thin frame with some fat on it, and he worships Telling, which is quite telling. I don't know what that god stands for or means, but we'll find out. Telling, which I think is the ignited. Fortresses in war? Oh no, never mind. The god of fish. Glug, glug, glug. Okay, so they are leaving off the edge of the map in regards to the traders. I mean, honestly, these dwarves have earned a party after this absolutely... Where are you going? Glorious achievement. Oh. Okay, they took the ramp down. Problem solved. I was worried for a second there. Dwarves liking to drink oil? What's weird to me is when you have a dwarf that's like, prefers to consume bees, or like spiders, or large roaches, which usually just means like literally live insects. Success! We have now traded, although there's still a merchant on the map. Yeah, I had a magma crab. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. Okay, so there you go. They've all made it. Let's celebrate by squishing an overlord. Bum, bam, bam, bam. Or by cheering $1 of bits. Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate you. Yep. It's when more than half of your fortress is taking part in some sort of dance, the music plays. It's like one of, I think, 3 songs that can play now. It's Danger Room, Drinking Industry, and Sisters of War. I think Danger Room's one of them. Hello, Hobo. We just got traders, so I'm very happy. Well, it's got nothing to do with chocolate starfish. Mad Cake in YouTube chat. You've had merchants stay at the depot for so long that they become haggard and slip into depression. That usually means that one of the animals got chased away by something, because they can't load them unless the animal gets back. So if they stay that long, like, basically, like, go to the depot, scroll down to the bottom of the items in the depot and see if they're disappearing. If they're still disappearing, then they're still loading, and then don't do anything. But if they're not disappearing and not being loaded up, just deconstruct the depot and it'll fix it. Literally, that's all you need to do. More like contact with the outside world, not even capitalism. Also, a cat got stung by a bee. Well, I'm sure it asked for it. No, don't do that. Okay, so you up here are now connected. Let's get this pulled. All right, I need a bunch of falling emotes now because I'm about to squish an overlord once again. Kerplunk. It's another overlord down. And good riddance. Nothing but a goblin was lost. And now there's an overlord here, which is Chance Nightmares. Well, at least you don't seem to move all that much, so. I should be able to splat you too. Those bricks are behind instead of boulders. It's because I'm dropping floors. Constructed bits of floor.
Crypt beer, crypt rock.
Hell yeah, man. Thank you so much for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you, Tele, for the 56 months. It's a whole lot of months. My biggest fear right now is a Titan. Because I don't actually think we'd have a chance. Pretty sure we would just die. Were those obsidian? Oh, yeah. Like, basically everything in this fortress is made out of obsidian. Let's unforbid that. Jump back up here. Go over here, grab you, link that. Go down. Grab you. Now it's literally just a matter of getting this hooked up. Love to see a dwarf that's focused. It's a plugin for DF hack. And that's why there's like some weird oddities and bugs with it. I would love it to be in the main game as a, or like an equivalent to be in the main game as a feature. Because I think it's something that would very much increase the accessibility of this game to people who've never played it before. But it's called Smooth Movement, so you can find it on GitHub. But I have a feeling it's going to be baked into DF hack by itself pretty soon, because that currently is the goal, is for it to end up in DF hack. All right. Problem solved. In regards to the random goblin overlords in my basement problem. Of the DF hack plugin, yes, I do. Although I will say that the video of the DF hack plugin is not actually representative of where it's at now. It's much more like usable. All right, there's what? Hold on. Saw something bizarre. Oh, never mind. I misread this. We have a named elephant here. What did you kill? You killed Hercules? You monster. I thought that was a tameable elephant, so misread it. I think I should stop making obsidian doors. The game just crashed. Panic. How many hours do I have in this game? It's impossible to really know for sure because I played this game for a very long time and streamed this game for a very long time before it released on Steam. But according to Twitch Tracker, hold on, which is the amount of time I've streamed of this game. I also didn't lose that much time. I have how many hours? I have about 11,000. No, I don't have 25,000. I know somebody with almost 30,000 hours in RimWorld though, which I'm pretty sure is legit. Which is Disnoff. He's been streaming Dwarf Fortress like 5 days a week. Or not Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld for about 5 days a week since it released in early access. So, 10 years? 11 years? With like periodic breaks for other things. So this was before trading was complete. Grr. He's pretty good at it, yeah. Reckon than some. There's at least one texture pack that puts them all back. Spez dude. What was the yeah. Enable smooth movement. Flip on. Well, this kind of blows that I have to redo this, but it's fine. Look at how many fucking crundles and things there are here. Let's just dig a big old tunnel through here. There we go. I'll be kind of honest. Fuck you, game. This is the first time I've been kind of... Well, this is the first time it's crashed in weeks. Anyways, the Savannah Titan's Storor Spuznutsum has come, a feathered leech. It has wings and a regal bearing. Its fern green feathers are patchy. Beware its deadly spit. I don't have any military and no siege weapons. Yes, the game crashed. So, I need to double check to make sure that Total Warlock's Dwarf was, or Goblin was named. It'll be fine. Probably because it's just Deadly Spittle and it's a Leech, which are pretty weak. Yeah, no, Greg, I think like we haven't had a crash since like before the last update. It's been months since the last crash. And at this point, I would probably blame smooth movement. But that's just an assumption. I don't know, I could be wrong. But yeah, for a while now I've guessed that I have in the neighborhood of like 15,000 hours in Dwarf. If I were to bet, I would say it's in the neighborhood of that. All right, everybody back now? Someone will kick its guts out? I hope so. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Chat, where is this Savannah Titan appearing? What the fuck? Why are you underground? Come on, Yushrir. You gotta be a hero, man. No! Please don't retreat. Please stay. Come on, you two, you got this. They got this. The fuck is happening? No! Don't leave! Y'all better not leave. I don't trust that tree. I think that tree is a trap. Like, that tree is dangerous to society. I think we should chop that tree down. Like, I don't know about you guys, but there's something about that tree that's kind of sus. Like, I do not like that tree. I don't think that tree has my best, has the best intentions for our ability to not die. I don't like that tree. That tree is bad news, chat. It's bad news, bears. I don't that tree. I don't trust it. It's an elven spy. It's a fucking flock camera, man. You're not for just a tree? Oh, I've definitely expressed distrust for just trees in general many times while playing Dwarf Fort. Trust me, none of that is anything new. I also just bring that bin. Since we're here. I just have to massively increase the value of literally everything. Also just dawned on me that I can probably queue up soap. Guess not. Guess they used all the ash. Oh no. Now these swords dwarves are becoming fucking legends. Okay. These goddamn swords dwarves are like earning their keep, but they... Don't you fucking leave. Comes one. Come on, elephant. You can make it. Come on, elephant. And other fortresses and outposts you've only really seen in Fortress gameplay when not in adventure mode? I mean, that's what Dwarf Fortress is. You can send squads off map, and then you get a report as to how the squad did. It's pretty simplistic from a gameplay perspective. And then the combat itself is done based on gear checks and skill checks. Maybe at some point in the future we'll have a bit more say as to what happens at the battles and stuff off map, but you don't have much control with what's happening off map. You just control what's going on the fort. In the fort, I guess. Come on, you elephant, you better make it. I'm very worried that this elephant's gonna fuck it all up, chat. You know what? Does it force caravan unload? I'm very, very worried that they're not going to be able to trade. I'm going to have to go back to a save. Because this elephant's not going to unload now. Just looking for, because I can't remember what the actual command is, but there is a command that lets you force traders to unload. And I'm not sure if it works. It's not stuck merchants. Like fixed stuck merchants is something specific, and that's not what this is. There's like migrants now. I don't even know if it works anymore. No, because they're not stuck. They're just not going to be able to unload in time. They're going to leave in a day. So, isn't it just caravan unload? That's what I tried, though. Oh, maybe you're right. There you go. Now they're unloading. Thank you. Normally, I would just say, well, that sucks. But because... Come on. Someone got over here and trade, damn it. But because this fortress is fucked if I don't make this work, then... Like, I feel the need to force this to work. Or could be fucked. Okay, so now I've given them some gifts. This is my first time actually trading with them. I'm going to buy their instruments because that's fun. Buy the cheese because that's fun. Buy fancy underwear. Oh, it's really windy outside all of a sudden. Buy those splints and done. And now because I don't trust it, I'm going to quick save. Yeah, I'm just trying to get back to the equivalency of where we were. Cervix. And, well, actually, smoking top hat was what I was responding to. I don't have any hate in my heart for elves, so it's not really an issue. You've been watching me for years. You finally caught a stream. Congrats on the awards. Cheers, Johns. Well, award. Singular, but... Is there anything else I want to sell them? Or give them? Not really. And then the other thing I want to do is I just want to get rid of these goblins. Terminate this. And exterminate that. There we go. Now let's see. Did I inherit Overlord? No, I did not. Well, that's interesting. Curiouser and curiouser. So, now we just need to hope that under no circumstances, none, nada, Nil. That they die on the way out. It's officially the most important thing that could happen here. Shoutouts to the dwarves just like horribly murdering all these baby naked mole dogs. Like, it's kind of grim. I'm not gonna lie. We gotta get rid of those bodies somehow, so. Good news, Loop. We managed to trade. Hello from Canada. Stega Uranus, which I probably completely butchered your name. How's life over in the Czech Republic? Is it fun to... Is it a fun run to take a very weak faction and make a militaristic fortress and attempt to expand the faction through multiple fortress attempts at conquest? I mean, sure, that can be fun. Pretty much whatever can be fun. It's just a matter of sitting down and doing it. Okay, so you go along here. Build out this earthenware. You go to there. Let's go here. Let's go quartzite. Except for maybe... That's good. So, this is an awareness test, chat. How many of you have noticed that this is the first time that this notification here has popped up? Because this is the first time this notification has popped up. Even though this fortress is on year 3, I think? 2.5, year 3? Maybe 4. This is the first time we've gotten no new migrants this season. Soon, this fortress may return to some semblance of fucking normalcy. I hope. I mean, obviously we can't guarantee it, but what I'm saying is there's a chance. I have no military goblins, Mouse Soldier, because I have no military, because I can't assign a military commander, and I can't start a squad. So I can't give you a military goblin. I can give you a goblin. Well, Greg got demoted at one point, and then remoted. I can't remember what year it was. Salicon, the clother, has been possessed. Do you think I have a clother shop, though? Any gob will do. All right, any green boy or lass will do for ye. Let's go for somebody who isn't pissed. Actually, hold on. I need to double check that I have... I did not name the other Gizly Wada. That was for the other one, before the game crashed. This is a legendary crossbow gob, so how would we go with that? Mouse Soldier, Warren Streams, truly treasures the company of others, has a strong tendency towards privacy, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and desires little for himself in the way of possessions. He feels strong urges, seeks short-term rewards, and is very stubborn, though he is conflicted by this for many a reason or another. He's very comfortable around others that are different from himself and dislikes helping others and acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he is quite polite, and though he is troubled by this tendency in himself, since he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered, without considering the advice. He has a tendency to go alone without considering the advice of others, has an active sense of humor, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and often feels lustful. He dreams of ruling the world. Which one? This one. And he personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals in the lowest esteem, respects fair dealing and fair play, and values knowledge and doesn't really see the point of working hard. You sound like a politician. And you do have a wife who doesn't live here, and you're a citizen of the boat of seizing and a previous member of the larval curses. Welcome to the fortress. May you enjoy your stay here. And Salicon here has begun a mysterious construction with a piece of cave spider silk, clay, and rough amethysts, as well as earthenware. Where's the merchants? The merchants have officially left the building. Yay! You do admire his big dreams? Why do you hate him immediately? It's not the worst. I still maintain that one dwarf that hates everybody, doesn't like fun, and like refused to acknowledge the existence of like anything good in any world ever was still maybe one of the greatest things I've ever found in this game. It's just this absolutely horrendous monster of a creature. I was like, oh, we are nothing alike. But for some reason, I have this odd respect for you. I kind of like just a raw clay bridge. They look nice. It's kind of like fool's gold looking. There's an elk bird on the map fighting with stuff. Oh. At least they're trying to kill it. Well, now it's dead. The amazing thing here is that Salicon didn't go insane. And hopefully we'll return to creating mysterious construction. I hope. I'm going to try something. I can't do that. Don't be silly. I'm going to go not all the way over there. I'm gonna just go out here somewhere where it's convenient and make a siege. Cinnamon tea and honey. Ooh, sounds lovely. Oh, that's fair. Mouse soldier. It's okay. We can fix him. I'm concerned he's trying to fight with something, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some bolt throwers, and we're just going to scatter those around, probably up on top of this wall. Definitely on this. Just maybe 2 of them. Okay, I need to go look outside, because I'm hearing a weird crashing sound, and that's concerning. Never mind. Nothing to be concerned about. It's a truck unloading stuff, and they were, like, lowering the, like... You know those trucks that have, like, the automated elevators? It's one of those. Neither. Pseudonym Spike. Which is why I only have an administrator, because we're technically a vassal of my own fort. So we also have the similar situation, because the second fort that I made, which is this one, Moonwalk. Moonwalk was the other fort that I made, has now been taken over by goblins again. So this is the fortress that we're playing, which is Ancientgrease, which was taken over by goblins, and it had population of 300. We took it back, and then I reclaimed it, and about half the population was goblins. And now we, like, have this population, basically. Let's see if I can do this. But this is something I've known that you could do for quite a while. Some of you guys might remember the vampire fort that I did, where every dwarf became a vampire. There was another fort that was next door, and I didn't end up playing it just because I didn't feel like it, but right next door there was a location that had 3,000 goblins move in. And that location, while it was populated by 3,000 goblins, also was then able to be taken back over from me, or by me. What do I need? A bin? Okay. And so once I took it back over, I then was able to reclaim it just in a test embark after that fort was done, out of curiosity. And it turns out that it had about 200 goblins in it. So this is something that I've known that you could do for a while. But it only works if you don't raise the location. If you raise the location, then you can't get it back. But if you do not raise the location and you manage to demand surrender and occupy, or conquer and occupy, then you can take over it. Yeah, and also the first caravan that did show up in the caves, underground, immediately followed by a fucking titan, also underground. I'm really kind of curious, and also at the same time terrified, to type in fix retrieve units right now. Should I do a quick save and try that? See what happens? Excuse me, game. That's an empty bin. Oh, it just got assigned to stockpile 10. Then stockpile 15. Where is stockpile 15? Places. Stockpiles. Okay, that's actually fine. What? It's weird that I couldn't remove that.
Happy 12 months.
Whole year, dude. Druid, thank you very much for the 1 year. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the year? Appreciate you, chat. Goblins are always mad, so yeah. All right, let's just do a quick save real quick. And just give this a test. I just want to see what'll happen. I'm terrified it's going to be like, here, just... This is the Sparta fort, but I'm not playing with those rules anymore because I retired it and then reclaimed it. And I reclaimed it because it got taken over by goblins and was able to capture it back by attacking it. And that's why we have such a large goblin population, because they just live here now. And also why I can't assign nobles, because we're technically attached to a different fort. And we only just traded and got a you didn't successfully... what's the word? We just got our first notice basically telling us that we haven't successfully communicated, or that we haven't successfully gotten migrants this year. So I'm really hoping that if we start getting migrants, we'll get a high enough population that the dwarves just forcibly elect a mayor, and then we, boom, suddenly life gets fixed. That's my hope. Anyways. I'm not too hopeful, but getting there. I can dream. Let's go here. Build you. Build you. Build you. Build you. So yeah, it's been a weird experiment so far, if nothing else. Goblin forts are cool, but for the military, they're a lot weaker in melee, right? They don't get martial trances. So yes, they're a lot weaker than dwarves, just by default. But they also don't need alcohol, which is kind of nice. You could do this with not anyone you take over, but if anyone takes over one of your forts, and then you are able to capture it back, then you could do it. So with that as an asterisk, then you can do it. It doesn't really work in the reverse. So if I take over a random location, I think this guy might be an issue, but I can't butcher him. What if I put a cage trap right here? Hey chat, we're in an ad break and I need to take a piss. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm also going to rinse out my coffee mug. All right, I have successfully made it back. Got to hop, have fun. Don't hop too high or you'll hit your head. That can be painful. I mean, that's cheating though. But and also, if you use an embark anywhere, they wouldn't necessarily be like. If you used an embark anywhere, they wouldn't be part of your faction. They would just be there. Gleno. So I don't know if that's necessarily the same effect. Or I wouldn't call it the same effect. Just do a fire at will. And let's just go here and say, make charcoal. Make charcoal. I'm also just going to go to hunters and just turn those off because I got plenty of meat for the minute. And go to labor, standing, other, hunter ammo, dung. Oof, get rid of that. Unassign all their ammo, use you. Because you should be able to go load bolts. I'm very concerned about this dwarf. I'm going to try this. Burrow. I mean, he got into a fight and is now refusing to move, but I don't want to leave his kid parentless. Oh, that's real cool. A new adult dwarf who's still playing with a toy. That's cool. Wonder how often that happens without us ever noticing. This dwarf's acting like he's in combat with something, but I don't actually think that's the case. I can't send him to the workshop. I have no way to move him. Like, he's assigned to this workshop. He's stuck in a strange mood. I can't put him in a squad. I tried putting him in a burrow and forcing him into it. Nope. No goose. There's nothing else I can do. So I can't send him to the workshop. Unless there's something I'm not thinking of. I was thinking maybe he was in combat with something. But this isn't fighting with anything, so he's not in combat with anything. He also doesn't have the Vengeful anymore. You mean teleport? That's cheating. Why would I cheat? What is with you guys and cheating? Like, if I can just force it, cheat it. Has he been in fights? He might have PTSD. Sure, but that doesn't change the fact that he's going to go insane if he doesn't finish his artifact. Here's what I'll try. And actually, that might not work. So the other thing I'll try is dig right next to him. Oopsies. Don't do that. Spare the kid. I'm not going to do that. Eric, if this is your video game and you're playing, you could do what you want with your save. I'm not going to do that. If I can't get him out using organic, natural, intended dwarven methods of movement, I'm not going to do it. It's just not worth it. It negates the entire validity of the science. Or his leg's broken. He has no injuries. And he's not even lying down. Can goblins have children? How else do you think that there are so many goblins in the world? They operate exactly the same as dwarves when they're in your fort. Yes, they need to eat in fortress mode if they're in your fort. They don't need to eat technically, but they eat because they think they're dwarves. They operate exactly as dwarves do, except they don't need alcohol to get through the working day. They eat for pleasure, but because they think that they're dwarves when they're in fortress mode, like the game treats them as dwarves. Everything in fortress mode, the game treats as a dwarf. They use the same gear. They're just immortal, so they live forever. And they don't, like, need alcohol. This dwarf is in a fey mood, yes. Neckpaw. So I'm going to drop them a level, and maybe this will work. And if it doesn't, then... oh well. Magical. See? Eric wanted me to cheat. I didn't even have to. I could be like all annoying and be like, I demand an apology, but honestly, actually, I don't. It's fine. So instead, yay, we did it. Teamwork. No, there is no crossbreeding in Dwarf Fort. There's no cross-species marriage either. Salicon, the Spear Dwarf, has created Tatisadaran Garim Mishar, a cave spider silk bag, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor service Salve Crescent. You would cheat too? See, this is what I always say, don't cheat. Because it's way more satisfying to do it legitimately, and it doesn't make you mad at the video game because you're like, I did it. I fixed it. I did the thing. I would rather do the thing and fix the thing and then feel like I completed something and achieved something instead of being like, well, I guess I fucking suck then. Which is the alternative. That's probably the, like, it highly depends. I don't know. It's one of those games where Dwarf Fortress is easy to play once you know what you're doing. It's getting that far that's difficult, because the game doesn't explain most things. Like, most things, it doesn't explain. But generally what my advice is just watch a handful of tutorials. I mean, yours truly has made several over the years. But, like, the hard part is just kind of figuring out how the game communicates information and what it wants you to do. But if you've played games that are similar, you already have the basic concepts down, which is a barrier to entry for some people. And once you get the basic concepts down, you just have to unlearn everything that RimWorld has pretended to teach you about this game because it doesn't know what it's talking about when it comes to teaching you things that are similar to this game. And it's not that bad. It's a very easy game, but there's a lot that you need to learn. It just takes patience. I think, honestly, like, one of the biggest barriers to entry for Dwarf Fortress these days are people that go, why can't I do the thing that I can do in RimWorld? Or, I don't know, other game that pretends to be like Dwarf Fortress but kind of isn't. But because the game is so heavily focused on, like, simply, like, storytelling and role-playing, it's very, very forgiving with its sandbox. So once you get into it and know what the game is asking of you, it actually eases off on the difficulty quite a bit. Maybe his foot was stuck in the grass. I think maybe he just had, like, a lapse of existence and forgot that he was a person that needed to, you know, not just stand there and die. That's my theory, anyway. Also, it's dancing time. There's a DF hack plugin which is made by a third-party developer, which is in the process of hopefully getting added to Dwarf DF hack proper, called Smooth Movement, which adds sprite flipping and smooth movements. I could not disagree more, Nimruz, but if that's the way you play and you enjoy the game, then more power to you. Like, if you're putting the game in situations where you need fast dwarf, then either you just value your time and you're nothing like me, or otherwise you've done something in the game that isn't necessary, which I do think is the case a lot of the time. Like, there's one person who watches the stream sometimes. It was here the other day, actually, he resubbed, but mentioned that when him and his partner had 2 kids, all of his free time for video games kind of went down the drain. And so the only way he plays Dwarf Fortress is, like, on Fast Dwarf 2 and using Quick Fort and templates to really, really speed up the process of bringing a bunch of dwarves into the fort and building up the fortress, and then, like, slows it down whenever goblins arrive. plays the game with fast forward, basically. But yeah, I don't know. If it improves your game's performance or enjoyability, then more power to you. Did a Titan show up or a Forgotten Beast? Because those are two pretty different things. And if you also had a Titan show up in your cavern, that's kind of fucked up, and there's something wrong. But if you had a Forgotten Beast show up, that's normal and to be expected. What if I just do obsidian for these? Maybe a beast? Baby Titan? Well, Titans are remembered. Forgotten Beasts are forgotten. But exist in pretty different mechanical realms within Dwarf Fortress, so... Because I had a Titan show up in my caverns, and that's weird and shouldn't happen. It doesn't work in the YouTube chat. It never has and might at some point, but probably not. So if it is. The goal for this is to acquire a mayor. That's the goal. Gain actual fort status instead of just whatever the fuck this is. I mean, I don't mind modifications to games. I mean, I'm playing with DFHack. I do tend to mind a little bit when I see people saying that it's mandatory. Because, I don't know, it feels bad to me, is like the best way to put it. I still don't have a mayor. We're on year 3. Although we have now successfully traded, and I got the first notice stating that we did not receive any migrants this year for the first time, which is a big deal because that means that the concept of migrants exist. So, very excited. Also, how you doing, Asike? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, fair enough. It's like, I'm doing all right. Today's a makeup day because I wasn't able to stream yesterday because I had an eye doctor's appointment. So I was originally planning on streaming tomorrow to make up for not streaming yesterday, but then an opportunity came up to go to a concert that I wanted to go to, but couldn't go to because I didn't have anywhere to stay, and I found somewhere to stay yesterday. So now I'm like, well, I got somewhere to stay, so I'm gonna go. I'm excited. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just kind of looking forward to tomorrow more than anything. Because the person who I normally crash with when I go to shows on the mainland and not on the island that I live on doesn't want to go to that one. So he's like, oh. So I don't want to bug him and be like, hey, can I sleep on your couch? And also then show up at your house at like 12:30 like a.m. So I don't really want to do that. Just kind of feels wrong. Even though he's my friend, probably would be like, yeah, that's fine. I live on Vancouver Island, yeah. That's why I wasn't able to stream yesterday, because I had to go to the mainland yesterday to go to the doctor's appointment. And because I was able to get a deal, I took a fucking float plane back because I guess I'm a baller like that. Yeah, some certain doctors and stuff that I have due to my body falling apart, I still have like referrals and stuff to people on the mainland instead of on the island. Except for when it's windy and then they're fucking scary as all hell. Total Warlock, but yes. Yeah, I do actually live in their flight paths, so I get to see them fly by constantly during the day, which is kind of cool, actually. And they're not super loud, so it's not really a big deal. Trucks are louder. Sideways flying is not a good thing. I've done sideways flying and rapidly up and down flying on those float planes. It's nerve-wracking, shall we say. I guess I can take that poor dwarf off of standing here. I did not get a thunderstorm this morning. Where are you at, Leap Bum? We last had thunderstorms, a couple weeks ago, maybe? Yeah, no, we didn't get any of that. Weather in Victoria is very different than weather in Vancouver. Stonecoat, thank you very much for the 32 months. Appreciate you. Especially like in the winter when it's just like constantly raining in Vancouver, and then you look at the weather in Victoria, it's like it's sunny, and it has been sunny for the last 3 weeks and will be sunny for the next 3 weeks. It's often the way the weather ends up working out between these two places, so. It made its way east-northeast pretty quick. Gotcha. Yeah, no, we had one a couple weeks ago. I want to say like the beginning of August? End of July? What's a float plane? A plane what can float? Hold on, I'm just looking up the type of float planes that I've taken. Literally one of these. There's a hurricane coming to Hawaii. Batten down the hatches. Put up the blast doors. Pretend you're in the Pink Panther. That's what I always imagine people do during hurricanes, is just like lower the giant bulletproof windows. I realize most people don't have those, but I'm sure somebody does. Shouldn't it be flying? Because wheels are for suckers, and it has floats instead of wheels. Honestly, I would rather it be floating than sinking. Okay, so retrieve units. I just want to try this. Okay, so there's nothing to retrieve. Got a mandated construction of certain goods. What do you need? Catapult parts and leggings. It's admittedly both cheaper and easier to build a sink plane. I probably could build a sink plane. I could also probably build a fall plane. It's only usable one season of the year. Very, very inefficient. You use Arch, by the way, now? By the way, now? I love how people word I use Arch, by the way. Do I have giant sponges there? Like where I live or in this fortress? Not that I'm aware of. Use Nyx, by the way. I feel like that's the real flex in 2026. Because somehow Arch managed to get user-friendly, which is nuts. Okay, maybe not user-friendly. Less explicitly anti-user-friendly. Less likely to explode without warning. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Now, at the very least, it warns you. Just don't turn your computer off while it's updating the kernel, and you'll probably be fine. I'm using Cache, which is a kind of like using Arch. It's like Arch for dummies. Why did I put construction under the sky? Doesn't it make dwarves mad? Look at my moods. Is it making them mad? What makes them mad is making them go underground for really long periods of time and then bringing them above ground. That's what makes them mad. Oh, come on. I think, like we talked about this a few days ago, Wawa. I think the hard part about installing Arch is if you've never used any kind of Linux before and you don't know what like a KDE Plasma is and you don't know what a like GNOME is and you don't know what a desktop environment is and you don't know what the options mean, it makes perfect sense why it's very, very, very intimidating to install all that stuff for the first time. And it just straight up asks you what you want. So like that's I think where it gets intimidating for someone who's new to the ecosystem is it's just a bunch of words you've never seen before. And it's like, do you want this? And you're like, I don't know. Only if you stare directly at it and don't wear sunscreen. I know. You're thinking of switching back over again. You also tried Cinnamon, which was nice. The thing that I liked the most about getting into using Linux instead of Windows is it feels like using Windows when I liked using Windows, is what it feels like. Prefer zones. Drink water only from drinking zones. Yes. And then this should be a water source. Hey, I caught that elephant. I can butcher you now. Awesome. I guess I'm on year 3 at this point. I'd need to go look at when I uploaded that video. It's either year... yeah, I think it's year 3. Hold on. Let me go double... fuck. Check. I'm gonna go look at the VOD. Where did I make it to? Midwinter? Month and a half into winter? So the game just crashed again, chat. I don't know the cause of it.